Oh yeah.
You the only one with one of them joints.
Come on, man. You know
It's
that
courtside
the
Kenny
spring and
vibe.
summer line about to be crazy, man. The spring and summer line about
It's
to
gonna
be
be pretty
nuts.
hot.
It's about to be nuts, man.
It's gonna be pretty hot. I think we'll drop it middle of next week.
T-shirt is gonna be crazy. Come on, man. I love these shirts. We always have these type of shirts.
No, that's part of the switch. It's part of the switch right there.
This is what I'm talking about right here.
Yeah, that's good stuff. That looks good. That looks good.
Yes, indeed.
That's
Russell, you know what it is, baby. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Dave Garcia Designs.
You know what it is.
We're walking billboards for Dave Garcia Designs. We're walking billboards for talented designers, graphic designers, man, between everything Dave does for us and then all of Donnie's work. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Ramsey, you're a lucky dude, man. I would have loved to go to those games. Got to work and everything, but
that's awesome.
that's a dope little 4-team set they got in San Francisco this weekend. That's lit. 4.
Faux.
I saw this morning I watched Shawn Michaels. The heat from the Canada crowd. Man. Oh my goodness.
Yes, sir.
And what makes that more impressive is, like, I'm sure he had an idea that was going to go down, but I think he freestyled some of that because the heat was so crazy.
Oh yeah.
Like he just kind of, okay, I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna really play into this.
Yeah,
because he didn't start out that way, right? Like he started out like with a regular promo, and then the heat was just nuts.
Let's go, baby. We welcome you in here to the Thursday edition of D-Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. I'm Damian Barling, rocking my certified Drake Bars tee.
Yeah, man.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Rocking that brand new D-Lo and KC Flair joint. Got Drake Bars coming up in 20 minutes.
And why do we have Drake Bars? Because the Kings won.
The Kings, wow. Dusted off.
Kings
won. Do you still have it on the board?
I love the game.
Man, coming out of retirement like the Undertaker for the 57th time. I did not think we were getting. I wasn't confident we were getting Drake Bars. As I looked, I thought we might get a Monday from the trail over from Saturday because they're playing Orlando Saturday. And I thought, all right, we'll get some Drake Bars coming up on Monday, man. But not too many writing sessions left from our man here. Not too many writing.
Right, but the album's almost done.
We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. Our man Jason says, "Damn, I forgot we got Drake Bars." True story. Same. I completely forgot. Didn't even come up on the call today or nothing. It's like, the Kings. Man. I think it was Mark that sent the tweet last night, and it was like, we got Drake Bars. We got Drake Bars coming up today.
Poor Kings have killed one of the great bits of the 2021-2022 season. We can't even anticipate Drake Bars the way we need to.
We can't, but it's all fun, man. We'll have some fun with the Drake Bars coming up as always in about 20 minutes or so. Olivia Christian will be with us in the final hour of the show. Plenty to talk about today, as there always is. The Sweet 16 gets underway. Some tremendous games in California today. We'll have some fun with some of that stuff as well, but we of course will start with probably the most polarizing game in recent Kings memory. Sacramento Kings beat the Indiana Pacers 110-109 on a Damian Jones tip-in. A missed three, I think, from our man Trey Lyles, grabbed by Damian Jones, put back. All made possible by our dear friend old Shavano, who started the game by dribbling the ball off his foot and then ended the game by dribbling the ball off his foot, giving the Kings back the possession, allowing Davion Mitchell to kind of run things. It wound up with Trey Lyles there with the three, missed it. Damian Jones there for the putback. Kings win, much to the chagrin of many out there in, I don't know, Kings Nation, Kings Court.
Yeah, Kings Court.
Kings Beat,
what was the
Kings
place
Court.
at Kings Landing? That's what they tried to call outside a little while ago.
That's what they tried to call it. That's a whole other story, but that's what they tried to call it indeed. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Either way, for those who were watching the game outside of Kings Landing, some of them might have been upset yesterday. Me personally, I mean, hey, you know how I feel. I'm all for whatever's going to guarantee the Kings to be a better franchise. And since we don't know anything guarantees, I mean, just go ahead and win the games. You know, it's interesting. I feel like I got to remind, people this sometimes. Those guys that went out there and played for the Kings, they don't care about no draft pick.
Nope.
They don't care about more ping pong balls or anything like that. Number one, first and foremost, for the most, I mean, I think everybody that's on the court for the Kings right now, they're competitive. That's how they got to this point. So they live by the motto of, if we're keeping score, I'm trying to win.
Yeah.
Simple as that. Like, that's what it is. Number two, you got a lot of these guys really out here playing for their professional careers, playing for another contract, playing for another opportunity. It's not just lip service when you talk about everything's always on tape. So be ready.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a great point. And it's not about what Twitter wants. It's not about what the fan base wants. And you can talk about doing the same thing over and over again. You could talk about all of these silly things. Like I'm convinced that, let me say this. This is my opinion. Sam Hinkie turned a lot of NBA fans, a lot of very smart NBA fans, into idiots. Because Sam Hinkie was the one who I think really popularized tanking, right? And tanking in the form of, this team is not going out there to be competitive and win games, and we're going to prove it to you, not just by who we're putting out there on the floor. We're going to prove it to you by not firing our coach after he wins 2 games in 3 years or whatever Brett Brown record was. That was obviously an exaggeration on my part, but he has convinced people. I believe Sam Hinkie has convinced people that teams go out there and lose games on purpose. And then you see some pro tankers, if you will, try to defend this stance. Oh, it's not about losing as many games as possible. It's not about losing on purpose. Oh, then explain what it's about. Like, the Kings didn't play De'Aaron Fox last night. They didn't play Domantas Sabonis. Richaun Holmes is gone. What more do you want them to do? Did you want Davion to dribble the ball off his foot?
Sacramento Kings standing there like,
What more do you want from me?
Meanwhile, Alvin's still out there trying to win a basketball game because he's got a resume to put together. Damian Jones out there trying to win. Trey Lyles trying to hit a game winner. Trey Lyles trying to earn a place on this team. I'm sure Damian Jones believes he's trying to earn a place on this team. We saw the performance from Chimezie Metu, particularly there in the first half. These guys are ball players. That's what they do. That's what they have to do. You could bitch and you could complain. You can cry. You could do all of that stuff. It's a draft lottery. This is not the National Football League. That's not what this is. It's a lottery. If you want to fight for more ping pong balls over the next 9 games, God bless you. Never been my vibe. Never going to do it. Let y'all have your moment.
All right. Yeah. And it's like, you talk about somebody like Davion Mitchell. Davion Mitchell out here trying to get reps. He's trying to get 25 in a game. He's trying to show that he can lead a team to a victory, and he can be a point guard that makes others better, makes his team a winning team. Even if you laugh at it or somebody laughs at it saying, oh, it's just against the Pacers, it all matters to a lot of these guys. And somebody like Davion will go to 24-hour fitness in an open run and like want to dominate the court. That's the type of competitive guy that you're talking about here. So he don't care about no ping. These guys.
There isn't a professional athlete that cares about a ping pong ball.
None.
Other than a table tennis player. There's nothing about an NBA player that cares about ping pong balls.
They do not care. And to your point, even if the Kings front office and all these other guys, even if they cared, you mentioned they sat De'Aaron Fox. Sabonis is out. Richaun Holmes isn't there. You know what I mean? Like they played a guy in Alex Lynn that's played like once in the last 20 games. Even if the Kings, I don't believe this was necessarily the case, but if you want to believe it, they did everything to set up a loss. And the guys out there, that's all they can do at that point. They're not going to go out there and tell these guys to lose or nothing like that. First of all, they look at them crazy. The players would. Second of all, they wouldn't go for it.
Yeah.
So and all of it is all just guessing and hypothetical. Getting a certain draft pick doesn't guarantee you anything. Being able to draft a certain player doesn't guarantee you anything. You know what I mean? So if that's not the case, I'm not gonna trip too hard, if at all, over them winning a game and being one spot behind.
And also take a look at the reason why the Kings won. Yeah, Damian Jones busting his ass. You desperately need a backup to Domantas Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Damian Jones out there busting his ass to get that rebound, busting his ass the entire game, playing 30 minutes, playing the way that he did. We're desperate for a 4, right? We believe we might have a 4 coming off the bench. At least we certainly hope, in Trey Lyles. But you look at the true reasons that they won that last night's game. Davion Mitchell and Chimezie Metu. I don't think those guys are going anywhere.
Right.
Like, those are a part of what you're building next year. You want those. We spoke about this in depth yesterday. This 9 games and what we saw from Chimezie Metu and Trey Lyles, Damian Jones, man, that's all fantastic. For me, these next 8 games now, this is about Davion.
Mm-hmm.
And we're 1 game down after yesterday's show, and I'm getting everything I wanted from Davion Mitchell and then some.
Yeah, that's what I talked about yesterday. I said I wanted to see him. I don't know what the exact number is, but I want to see him putting up productive numbers in the scoring column, good assist numbers, showing that it's in him at this level, being able to be a guy that you can rely on. And he has that type of skill set. I want to see that from the final 8-9 games of the season. He shows me that. That's a good sign, because going into next year, you can look at him and be like, all right, he can do it. He can hit a jump shot. He can make his free throws if he works on his game continuously and continues to apply himself. And that's another asset and another weapon that you could have going into the next season. But if he was struggling now, I mean, that's a bad sign to me.
Agree. Yeah, completely agree. And I think what Davion did last night falls in line with things that we've been talking about for the bulk of, well, maybe from the second half of the season on, in that when Davion has a clearly defined role, he does really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
When Davion is a starter, he does really, really well. My hope is it's the clearly defined role more than the starter.
Right.
Because I don't think Davion is the starter next year. He's certainly not starting over De'Aaron. I don't think he's starting with De'Aaron. But you define him. You are the 6th man. You are first man up off the bench, and here's what we expect of you. Man, when you define that for him, you just see it, and it's so clear. Davion every time he has gotten that opportunity, he's played really well.
Yeah, he had some big shots last night too. A step back 3, that was. Woo.
You know what?
He got
next
that
4
in his
hours.
bag.
Next
goodness.
4 hours, we singing Davion's praises. If you can't handle it, you got to walk away, because I've got a lot of really good things to say about Davion, including, like you mentioned, those big shots. Man, how about how he kind of controlled things down that stretch? He was even he seemed to be in firm control of everything on that final play as well, that led to the Trey Lyles 3, the Damian Jones putback. We're just getting started. We're going to dive into all of that. Didn't see everything we wanted, though. Them off-whites got scuffed up a little bit last night. Can't have that. Can't have that. We'll talk about it. And dust them off, baby.
Come on, man.
You see the shirt.
Hey.
Drake bars on the way. We're live on Twitch, YouTube. We're live on Facebook. We're live on the Odyssey app. We're here with you for the next 4 hours on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Ooh. Buddy Buckets.
Ramsey, stop hating on me, big dog. Ramsey, stop hating on the kid.
That's Ramsey's middle name.
Somebody said in here, I think it was Dr. David said Zyrtec would be the, what I should take. I got Allegra, and it has worked fine pretty much all morning until about 12:02. Then sniffles come, and sneeze. What you gonna do?
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes glued to Kenny. He turns away like, "Hey, I got you, partner. I got you."
that was a good call earlier.
I got you, buddy.
You saw me struggling.
I got you.
That will clear you up too, right there.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Reese needed some motivation, man, so we bringing back the bars.
Yeah, you're gonna be lit. The LYB Giants took a little L yesterday. That was tough. Went up against the LYB Padres. Team is stacked, man. You got some good ball players on that squad.
Oh,
good pitching. Like, that's the key at this age. When you got pitchers that could throw strikes, that's a positive.
What did Marvin say? I didn't hear what Marvin said. I got what Buddy said, but
yeah.
Okay, bro.
Yeah.
All
right,
did you catch that on your rewatch? The ill-fated.
I didn't. What happened there? I saw you tweet about it or something.
So bad. It was bad. It was it was bad. She tried to. Did you see what De'Aaron was wearing?
The sweater.
So she tried to make the reference. It looks like the old. It looks like like Cosby, Bing Cosby, and you could almost hear Kyle going, "No, don't, no." She said like Steve Cosby. Like, I don't know if she was. I don't know if it like dawned on her. Oh, I shouldn't do this. Maybe I should pull back, or if she really just kind of had a brain lapse, and she Bill Cosby, and then Drapes was like, yeah. So there's one thing about NBA players, and I'm just like, that boy KD, that's it, Kyle, get out of there, danger, get out of there, Kyle, don't you fall for that, get out of there, don't do that.
Yeah, man, you want to talk about a box? Man. Oh my.
This is what I envision during the break. Listen, there are just certain things we don't discuss anymore. What you gonna do next time? Bring up the bump and grind record? Like, come on, man. I ain't doing that.
You see that man's back in the news, by the way? That was crazy.
He did say the Jello pop guy.
What? I missed a lot.
Oh, you did. You did.
Missed a lot.
You did. I knew you might have missed it because it was dead time, and I should have time marked it and said, make sure you don't miss this. Whew, boy, it was something.
Man, oh man.
It was just. I think I think Patrick sent it to me. Someone. I'll see if I could send it to you. It was Macho Man said, in the danger zone, Here. How much time we got, Jesse?
So let me be ready.
Come on now.
Here in this quarter, as you see, De'Aaron Fox still out with that hand injury. So I'm doing some sprints before the game too. Yeah.
The sweater. Does it remind me a little bit of Bing Crosby or you know what I'm talking about? Why can't Bing Cosby?
Yeah.
Bill Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
Just not there. But yeah, it's a little bit of the Jello pudding guy, right?
So what you don't hear next is Kyle going, yeah, so put back there from Ooh.
Kyle with the no sell and get out of here.
Hell of a game last night on many fronts. Hell of a ball game last night. Sacramento Kings get the win. Shout out to our man Kyle Draper, navigating rough waters.
Yeah, the conscience was trying to say, no, we're not gonna give you the right thing to say.
Yeah, Drapes was navigating the cultural waters last night during the game. Man, it was, if you caught it, it was a tremendous moment, for sure. Hey man, we're gonna get to Davion and Off-White. Like, hey, let me fall back, man. It's been a minute. I'm genuinely. I hope you can make this through without sneezing. That's my hope.
That would be the plan. That would be the plan. If my math is correct here, since March 4th, we're on March 24th today. Yeah, March 24th. This is only the second Drake bars since, or excuse me, it's the third since March 4th. 20 days, 3 Drake bars. That's tough. But doesn't dispute the fact that the Kings won 110-109 in Indiana. 40. Drop the beat. Yeah. Oh, y'all know I got Izzy's over here. I like them things. Pretty good. Still got me some water. Need to drink your water. Yeah. Look, Chi-Town 88 gave Jordan a 50. OT in his Embassy Suites lobby looking like Magic City. King of my city before I got the crown. My queen in my cup, best believe it's going down. Look, Kings and Indy pro takers didn't want to win. Bet they were sick when Dame Diddy tipped it in. Davion with 25. Georgia stand up. No ill will to Buddy, but in crunch time he with us. Whoa. I said no ill will to Buddy, but in crunch time he with us. Whoa. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's take it.
It's good.
Take it.
It's good. No, it's good right there.
Was mad he lost. They still had a good game, but it wasn't enough.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to Kenny's playing anything?
Well, I mean,
I don't feel like there's anything
in there.
Yeah, I like the Buddy with Us reference. That's
Buddy's with us. I mean, Chi-Town 88, they 50. They gave Jordan a 50 after the free throw line done. Yeah. 02 Embassy Suites. This is a true story. This is only for like the Aceberg Slims, the Naughty Generals, who were in attendance. But it's a true story.
I'm sorry. Run that back for me. Did you say the Naughty General?
Yeah, the Naughty G. Like not Naughty. It's Notty because he had dreadlocks. Naughty.
Okay.
He don't have dreads no more, so now we call him Bing. That was his name growing up, or his nickname growing up. But yeah, Naughty G. That's my guy.
All right.
But they were there. 02, July of 02. Your boy really did have the Embassy Suites lobby looking like a Magic City parking lot. Mm-hmm.
Your boy being you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It really happened.
You would have been 17?
Yeah, well, I just turned 18.
Okay.
I actually think now that I get my timestamp right, I think it was 03 because I wasn't old enough to go to the club. So I decided to bring the club to me. We had the family reunion at the Embassy Suites. We had the little dinner on Saturday night.
Yeah.
And the plan was, well, after the dinner, we got the DJ till midnight.
Yeah.
Clear, all the people out. And let's bring the people in. We told the people, KC birthday party going down Embassy Suites. It was lit. It was crazy. Embassy Suites had to shut it down, though. We probably had about 60 people, 60, 70 people. Just on word of mouth. There ain't no fly. Just, hey, come pull up on me. They pulled up. I had it looking like a Magic City parking lot. They were like, whoa, we weren't ready for this. We got to shut this down.
Have you been to Magic City?
I've never been to Magic City.
Have you been to a Magic City parking lot?
Not just seen it.
Okay.
Never been there.
We had the opportunity. We could have gone for the wings. We didn't go. Of course, when you're drinking Bel Air for 6 hours, that'll do that to you.
in the heat and humidity.
Boy, okay. True story. Now I need all the pros out there to either confirm this or just tell me I'm bugging. So I thought we were pretty responsible out there in Atlanta. Like we were drinking. Of course, we weren't going anywhere, but we were just at a house drinking. Plenty of water. Like in the moment, everything was fine.
Mm-hmm.
As you're sweating through everything. You're probably like, this alcohol ain't even sitting. It's just pouring out of the side of my forehead. It's just ungodly hot. We got these ridiculous suits on, but it's like, all right, cool. Get to the car. And then again, I don't know that this is actually true. As my body temperature started to come down, as I started to sweat less, I thought my drinking was long over. I felt like, I was like, man, why do I feel drunk? As my body temperature returned to normal, I was like, I think is this post drunkenness? What's happening to me right now? Went and got this little plant-based burger from the little spot, like connected to the hotel. And I was like, oh man, Kenny called, hey, we're going to get wings. Cool, man. I'm going to bed. I feel funny, fam. I can't handle this. I'm going to bed. I didn't tell Kenny I was going to bed. I was like, no. Y'all go ahead. Click. I'm gone.
You weren't the only one. I stayed up because that's just what I am. I'm a vampire. But man, it did beat you down though. It did beat you down.
That was something. I was like, yo, it was cool, man. This was a good, solid day of working. And then air conditioner kicked on in the car. I was like, okay.
Oh yeah, that'll get you too.
All right. Cool. Got my food. I was like, whoa. All right. And then by the time I was just like, dude, get in the shower, rinse whatever's happening to you off, rinse off what's ever happening to you, eat and watch old episodes of Martin. And then thankfully, that's when I realized there's some seasons of Martin that just are bad.
Yeah. I mean, everything after the third season, I mean, probably including the third season, it gets rough. Did you see, now this is crazy and we'll get back to sports, promise you. Did you see?
I feel like this information is important as the temperature starts to change. I want people to be aware.
It's very, very important because there's a lot of people doing brunches and day parties and all that stuff. I've been seeing flyers all over the place. So it's serious business. But I don't know if this is real. I don't know if this is going to happen. But I saw, I'm going to find it and retweet it out again. I saw a drama trailer for Martin, and it's centered around Pam and Tommy and making it like a love story with them.
Oh, I need to see that. I need to see that.
Bel Air style. They did that for Martin. I'm gonna retweet that real quick because it was a bit of a reach. And it was fine. And then like in the last 10 seconds, it got dark. I was like, I was kind of all for it. I saw the creativity and I was like, well, I don't know if I want to see it after this. This is kind of crazy.
Wait, is it real or is it just the trailer?
I don't know. I think I saw like a link to it being on YouTube. I don't know if they really did, but I mean, it was professionally done.
Do you think this is going to be a real thing? Like the new thing moving forward is we remake old comedies into dramas because Bel Air is really good. Mm-hmm. There are elements, there's tributes. You pay attention. There's great tributes to the cast and to the series and all of that. But like, can you? I know. I think there's a Family Matters one.
What?
I think there's a Family Matters one out there. But I just need Peacock to go all in on redoing these dramas and making them, or redoing these comedies and making them dramas.
Like I said, the Martin, this one, it didn't look bad until, like I said, the last 10 seconds or so. And I was like, whoa. They started to they got like really serious about Tommy not having a job. They're like, how you gonna think somebody ain't got no job? I'm trying to work. Whoa.
Like, wait a minute. No, that was the fun part. Like, hey, R.I.P. Tommy. Like, come on, man. We gotta be careful there. Buddy Hield's game was pretty good till the final 10 seconds as well. When he dribbled the ball off his foot. And I think every Sacramento Kings fan was like that Leonardo DiCaprio gif. And I don't know the movie that it's from, but it's where he's pointing at the TV and that one right. I know that guy. I know that guy right there.
I think that's Wolf of Wall Street.
Is that's a solid movie.
Yeah, I love that.
That's a solid movie. By the way, do you watch Billions?
No.
Yeah, you got to do Billions.
Okay.
Add that to the long list of shows you're going to tell me that you're going to watch. But
I'm watching it sometime. I did watch The Office. Just hadn't gotten back to it.
By the way, happy anniversary to The Office. Debuted 17 years ago today.
Wow. If you had if I was more, like locked in, we could have had a whole Office themed show today.
Yeah, but we can't.
Jesse's here
because you're not. Jesse, are you locked into The Office? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's it. That's it.
I don't want to be done with that. I mean, I like the show when I watch it. I want to watch it.
We're literally asking you to get to the 4th freaking episode of the series, and you can't do it. It's not like an hour-long series either. It's 30 freaking minutes, and you can't do it. It's not even 30. It's like 22. You can't get to the 4th episode. He's like that kid who's running in slow motion to home plate. You ever seen that video where the little toddler kid, he's like running, and so that's Kenny. That's Kenny just to get to that one office. And Miss P's like, dude, it's been a year. You can't watch 4 episodes in a year. Come on, man.
No, it hasn't quite been a year because I remember I was watching, I think during the Olympics. So
they took it off your Peacock
like
account. They were like,
months.
forget it, bro. Like, just forget it. Like, we'll just move this out of here to the things that you have not watched. We'll get to Buddy's. So 2 things. We'll get to Buddy's post-game remarks coming up here. And we will address the Richaun Holmes thing as best we can. Yeah. We'll deal with that. But we'll center our attention right now on the game. We were singing the praises of Davion Mitchell as we started this show, and how if you're looking at these next 9 games or these next 8 games now, what are you looking for? Well, 1 down, 8 to go. Davion was tremendous last night. The other person, the other thing we wanted to see is what Dante can contribute. Off-White, Dante DiVincenzo can contribute to this group, and what we believe will be an integral part in what they're doing. He didn't start. Justin Holiday did, but Dante did wind up playing 31 minutes, man. And from a scoring standpoint, it wasn't there. He did rack up 8 assists. He still is really aggressive on the glass for a guard, but the shot wasn't falling for him. 3 for 11, 2 of 7 from 3. Not what I hoped for. I think Dante made an impact, by the way. I want to be clear in that. It's not, I don't think his game was trash, but not what I was hoping to see.
I'm chuckling because you guys know, I like Dante. I like Dante. And I rewatched the game and I saw a lot of people, I was like on Twitter a little bit during the game live. And people were like, oh, it's kind of rough for Dante or whatever. And I went back and watched the game and I thought he played fine. Like, was he perfect? No. Did he shoot the ball great? No. But I noticed him out there. I noticed him out there doing positive things. So to me, it didn't match up with what I saw and what I thought, with people thinking he didn't play well. But I was just chuckling because we talk about his 8 rebounds and he talks about, how he's on the glass pretty good for a guard. Has Dante DiVincenzo ever made a tip dunk? It's like 3 times a game. He comes in there for the tip and misses it every time.
That's a no for me, dog. Yeah, I don't think he's done that. I don't think he's done that.
I swear, I'm a pop when he finally gets one.
Oh yeah, that's gonna
He
be.
comes
It's
in
gonna
there
be a moment. It's
super
gonna be.
hard, and has cocked it back like, oh, I'm gonna throw it down, and it just never like it didn't even get to the point of like a missed dunk. It just tips off his hand. He grabs the rim.
Yeah. Maybe he's taking the Off-White name a little too seriously. Like, no. Come on, man.
He does that at least 2 times a game. He averages 2 of those a game. But I thought it was 11, 8, and 6. I know it doesn't necessarily tell the whole story, but I like him.
But he's aggressive in trying to get to the basket. He isn't standing around waiting to see if the ball's going to land in his lap. Like, he's aggressive. All right, maybe the tip dunk isn't dropping, but he out there trying to. He out there trying to. Trying to put it back.
I like Dante. I like his energy. I got to be honest with you. I was thinking through watching that game over again, and we're like guaranteed. It feels like we're all saying, he's coming back, but is he coming back for sure?
Oh yeah,
I think we all feel like he is, but it's like that's a good amount of money to somebody that
6 and some change. I mean, do you think he's going to get substantially more than that? Remember, I know this has been a popular conspiracy theory, but like, ignore conspiracy theories and just go back to the fact he's still coming off of an injury.
He is.
He didn't get major run with the defending NBA Finals champions. Like, I think people, if he had a tremendous run with them and then had come here, I think you could probably look at it like, oh, it's going to be tough to keep Dante. But I don't feel like that happened. I mean, how much higher? Like, if it's not, let's just say 6 and some change, 6.5, 6.8, whatever it is. You think it's getting into? You don't think it's getting to 10, do you?
Let me see. So I know this is the next contract, right? Like, I understand that, but I'm just going through this right now. And if I'm reading this right, DeLon Wright makes $9.3 million.
Okay.
So
yeah.
His contract was 3 years, 28 million.
Okay.
And I think before I saw DeLon's contract, the first thing I thought was Dante might get like 3 years, 30 million.
3 years.
That's the first thing that came into my head.
But is that too? Okay? Fair enough. Is that too much? Is that like an outrageous number? That's essentially.
I don't think it's too much, and like you said, I think it matches up with somebody of his caliber, right? Like, DeLon Wright is a good ball player. He's not a great ball player. Maybe, because he is a point guard, you probably wouldn't have him starting at the point. Dante's a little different because he's a shooting guard. But I think 3 for 30 is fair. I think there's some people who think that's too much, but I think that's fair for somebody like Dante.
Qualifying offer is 6.6. I mean, at worst, he's just replacing Richaun's contract, right? I mean, we're all under the belief that Richaun Holmes is going to be traded this offseason. Of course, that too, much like Dante DiVincenzo, is not a guarantee. I think there will be plenty of suitors for Richaun Holmes, and we'll get to that other Richaun Holmes story here shortly. But I don't feel like that number would be outrageous. I don't think it gets that high, but I don't think it's outrageous if it does.
I think it's somewhere between 7 to 10 million a year. Like, the qualifying is 6. I think it goes a little higher than that. I could see it being split the difference. I could see it being 8 million a year.
That's what that's kind of what I looked at it as.
Yeah.
8 times 4 with the player option for the 4th.
Maybe a 4-year deal.
It'd be a 4-year deal with Dante's option for the 4th year. So if he's playing, if he's exceeding that contract, he can get out at the 3rd year, or he can get out after the 3rd year.
They might be. I think I'll take one off of that. I said I think it might be a 3-year deal 3-year with the player option on the 3rd year.
Okay.
Yeah, 2
Okay.
guaranteed, 3 player options, and I think that's fair. I would bring back Dante DiVincenzo happily for that.
Okay.
I think he's a solid. I think he's a solid piece. I like what he brings to the table. He may
I like
be
the 2
one of
plus
those
1
guys.
idea. I like
he
that.
he may be one of those guys where if you put too much on his plate, he kind of gets exposed for what the things that he can't do. But I think he's good, man. I think he's good, and you get other good ball players around him. I think you can see him shining a little bit more.
His market will certainly be it'll certainly be an interesting thing to watch. I mean, there were rumblings, I guess, of Rashawn's market last year, and that didn't materialize at all. So, of course, there aren't rumblings about Dante DiVincenzo right now. That stuff kind of came later. We'll ultimately see what happens. I know for the next 8 games, I want to see stronger offensive performances from Dante DiVincenzo. I think he adds a lot to this team. I think him and Davion as like I don't know if this is a thing, but like a 1-2 defensive punch. I think they have a big place on this team's future, but I still need more from him offensively. I would like more from him offensively. His numbers right now on that side of the floor scream too much Buddy, where they're just like, I don't want to swap Buddy. I don't want to swap those numbers out from one guy to another, where a high percentage of your field goal attempts are threes. And then they wind up being things like 2 of 7, 2 of 8. Like, I don't want to do that. Not with him.
No.
If you have a designated 3-point shooter, then fine, you work that in. However, but that's not what I want from Dante.
And you mentioned that, and it reminds me of something I heard last night on Dusamo on the night chat
podcast. Yep, I know that one,
and it lines up with what Buddy Hield said after the game. And it's just interesting because I'm gonna save that for when we come back for break.
Okay.
But it is because I want all the context. I want what Buddy said. I want what they said. I want to get what I felt, what you just said that reminded me of that. And it's real interesting. It really is. It's really interesting. Okay. And I'll talk about it. But there's a lot of people in the chat, they're kind of low on Dante. I think it's what the Kings need to do is they need to get as many good players, good, solid, playable NBA players on the roster as possible, right? And I think Dante fits in that equation. Dante is not one of those guys where if he gets traded, like how we talk about, and I like the guy, but we just got to talk about how his career has played out, where Kings were up in arms and losing Harry Giles. Kings fans were. Harry Giles hasn't played anywhere, right? Dante's not one of those guys where if he leaves, he might be out of the league. If he left, he'd go somewhere and play. You'd see him getting tick. And that they need those type of guys. So often they've gotten rid of those type of guys. The Trevor Arizas, I know he's playing, but he's not doing much of anything. They've signed and relied on guys like Trevor Ariza, Dwayne Dedman, Harry Giles was one of those guys. Guys that when they're gone from here, they're not even playing. The professor talked about it the other day. Like guys that people are so connected to that can't even really stick in the league. Mm-hmm. I don't think Dante is one of those guys. And that's my whole point of you need more guys on your roster where hypothetically, if they left, they'd go somewhere and play. That means they could produce for you. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like you need those guys on your roster. And that's more of the reason why I think Dante probably will stay around and probably should stay around.
I want to mention Mitch's remark right here. Mitch says, crazy to expect more offensively from Dante. This is who he is. Never averaged more than 10.4 points per game. Yeah, 100% right. I don't need Dante to average more points per game. I need Dante to be more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
I need Dante to be more efficient in his shot selection and not the guy camping out around the 3-point line. That's not what I want from from Dante DiVincenzo.
Yeah, but I want to talk about all that. I want to get into all that. Yeah.
Well, let's do that. We'll do that and cue up the buddy sound. We've got that. When D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, continues here on Sacramento's home for real Kings coverage. It's ESPN 1320. Y'all hit the thumbs up, please. Thumbs up. And Drake Bars brought to you by Dave Garcia Designs. Yeah. Show Dave Garcia Designs some love when we get back on the radio.
That was a little clunky, but I knew I didn't want the buddy sound tied into what I wanted to say, and I know we didn't want to play it with a minute left.
Like that's a good call. That's a good call. Can y'all hit the thumbs up first, real quick? Get us over 100. Get us over 100, please. There's
please.
A good number of people in here, man. We appreciate you.
Did you guys? If you guys are looking for it, I retweeted my tweet about that Martin drama. I was also mad at how they mad my girl Tisha Campbell looking. I didn't like that. That's my girl Tisha Campbell.
Appreciate y'all for being on that thumbs up, man. Thank you.
Oh. Shout out to who is this, man? This is hilarious. Hold on.
Huh?
Yo, I tried to get in there to do it. The thing is down.
Oh man, you know what that means. Man, we wish you the best on your future endeavors.
That means there's gonna be some furniture moving.
You got Vince McMahon.
Oh man, there's gonna be some furniture moving if we got that type of issue. Yeah, I go into HRPR or whatever, and it says an error has occurred. Please contact Ultimate Software for assistance.
Oh man, I got the same alert. Hey. Hey,
it's gonna be some furniture moving.
Jesse's running the show.
About to be some furniture moving. Shout out to Matt Gonzalez who tweeted me Dante with the tip in dunk in college.
There you go. Damn, how do you find that? Okay, so far they sound like Tommy and Martin, and
the casting is really good. They kind of look like them too, except for Gina. I don't like the Gina. I don't like the Gina.
Yeah, they got her looking kind of nerdy.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. Wow.
How did we get here?
Man. Holy cow. Oh, this is good. Oh man. Come on.
15 seconds. It just gets crazy.
Y'all gotta go peep Kenny's tweet. Y'all gotta go.
Who we got? Oh yeah, the NCAA. I got taken aside by some. It's I don't know. I just so
right. Roddy, what you doing?
I was about to say something. I said, "Wait,
Roddy,
what?
What you doing? Wait, Roddy." Like you got to be like Sacktown Tony, and you got to throw in the laughing emoji, like word.
That threw me for a complete loop. I was stuck.
Because it sounds right. It's just like, really? Right.
Oh,
Roddy
man.
just threw the whole show into shambles.
I forgot what I was gonna say now.
Dion, yeah, they already did it. They recorded it a couple weeks ago. So no backing out. Like, it's done. It's in the can. I don't know when it's dropping though.
An old college classmate of mine was on the set of that. I don't know what she was doing. You know what we need to do one of these days? We need to have Tim Maxwell on the show.
Yeah, we haven't had Tim on in a minute since he stopped doing the podcast. He had him and Sanjis had a really good podcast. Let me get this buddy sound ready.
We got the Michigan game on Jesse? We got the Michigan game on? Yeah, Dr. David.
You know,
real quick, man, before we dive into some of these things KC wanted to get into, shout out Dave Garcia Designs, DaveGarciaDesigns.com, the presenter of Drake Bars. Also, D-Lo Bacon for Likes over on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch and all of that stuff. But Dave Garcia does a tremendous job with many of his designs, including both of the designs that KC and I are rocking right now. I got the certified Drake Bars tee on. KC got that brand new, not yet released. D-Lo and KC.
Spring and summer about to be crazy.
It's crazy. Ooh. I say Bel Air themed, and I think people instantly would think Luke Belair, but we're talking about Bel Air, the drama on Peacock. I threw this idea to Dave Garcia. He was like, "Oh, that's easy work." He sent it right back, and it's like, "Oh, this looks
This
nice.
is pretty fire, man. I like this, man."
KC rocking out. We're dropping a whole new set of tri-blend shirts and shorts and tees and all of that good stuff in the coming days.
And I got one. I'll wear it tomorrow. I wanted to wear this one first, but I'll wear it tomorrow. That I mean, it's already circulating in the streets. I finally got my hands on it. You know, this is just something they call me. You'll see it tomorrow, but it's just something they call me.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's in them streets. It's in them streets.
Shout out Mark.
Dave Garcia Designs and DaveGarciaDesigns.com, man. Thank you for all your tremendous work. Thank you for bringing us Drake Bars. It really is Dave Garcia, the reason that we have Drake Bars here each and every single week. So do you want to dive in? Do you want me to run the buddy clip first?
Let's go with the buddy clip first, and then I'll just go into my whole soliloquy, as Stephen A would say, about all of it.
So Buddy got King's attention post game, and here is what Buddy Hield said.
I'm proud of myself. I was doing a lot of things I was able to do over there in Sacramento. I make plays for my teammates. Rick has trusted me a lot to do more, and something I wanted to do. And Sacramento didn't let me do it. I was just a guy to just stand in the corner and just catch and shoot. So change is great for me. I'm happy to change. I'm happy the way I play. I'm happy the way my basketball's going. I'm more freed up and more peace of myself. Now I can play basketball.
Sorry.
For me, I'm happy to change. Just catch and shoot. So stand in the corner and just let me do it. I was just a guy to just stand in the corner and just let me do it. I was just a guy to just stand in the corner and just
remix.
do it. I was just a guy to just stand in the corner and
Run it back.
let me do it. I was just a guy to just stand in the corner and just catch and shoot. So
okay. So there you have it. Buddy Hield, complete context too. And he talked more about the Kings and you know, he's like, I feel like he consciously did this. He opened up the press conference when being asked about he was like, that was my mistake. He didn't say that was my bad. And I think he did that consciously. He's aware of the nickname that was circulating out here for him.
My mistake.
He hit us with a my mistake versus a my bad. But that was Shavano last night following the Sacramento Kings beating the Pacers.
First and foremost, Buddy Hield talking about they just had me standing in the corner.
You can't be serious, man.
I mean, he can't be serious to think that's what it was.
And to be fair, the official statistician of D-Lo and KC, Will Z, he wasn't having it either. Buddy Hield attempted 492 threes with the Kings this season. 14.2% of them were from the corner. 85.8% were above the break. That's
you can't be serious, man.
Stood in the corner.
Now, first and foremost, he's wrong. Will Z just said that, you know, he just showed us that with the numbers. We all had two eyes. We all watch these games. He's wrong about that. He was not just standing in the corner guy.
We should be so lucky. Sorry, go ahead.
I agree. Now, I was listening to Night Chat, and Deuce and Mo brought up a really good point. Buddy Hield is with a guy like Rick Carlisle right now, who Rick, after the game, also had glowing quotes about Buddy Hield and coaching him and the way he's played. And Buddy hasn't played bad from what I could tell. Maybe I'm like everybody else when they were looking at Sacramento and just looking at his numbers and looking at some highlights here and there.
Stat hoes.
Yeah, maybe I'm like that now. Like those guys were. Because I'm like, Buddy Hield's not so bad. Because I look at what he's done in Indiana, and once again, I haven't watched a whole bunch of Pacers games or anything like that. But it looks like Buddy's been solid. Looks like he's been fine. You know what I mean?
I think I can run this for you. This is Rick Carlisle on Buddy Hield.
I love Buddy Hield. You know, ever since he got here, he's been enthusiastic. He's been a willing learner. He's doing a better job.
Don't mind the Kings
defensively all the time. Offensively, you know, he can make plays. He's not just a shooter, not just a scorer. He drives the ball well. He sees things. I love Buddy Hield.
See? Rick Carlisle loves Buddy Hield. Ignore Katie and Draper playing in the background. I keep the games on the day after. Don't mind.
He loves Buddy Hield. But I feel like Buddy's been fine in Indiana. It hasn't been great. It hasn't been this whole renaissance of, oh, now he's out of Sacramento and he's doing fine. It feels like he's been fine. Like I said, I haven't watched him. I haven't watched the games. Maybe he's the exact same player. But Deuce and Mo brought up the point of, while he's wrong, saying he was just a stand in the corner guy, he could be with a coach now in Rick Carlisle who allows him to do different things on the floor, empowers him to do different things on the floor because of the system that he runs. Buddy finds himself in different situations. I'll say this about the game last night, especially in that fourth quarter. I saw Buddy Hield attack the basket a few times. We would never, ever, ever see Buddy Hield attack the basket. He would get on the bounce, make a couple moves, attack the basket last night. I think off the top of my head, he had 3 or 4 different occasions where he went in for layups last night. We never saw that. And there could be something to the fact that with Luke and with Alvin running whatever offensive system they had, it was not conducive to getting the best or getting quality play consistently from Buddy Hield. And I bring that up, number one, because it's a good observation by Deuce and Mo. But also, when we start talking about Dante DiVincenzo looking kind of erratic sometimes and looking all over the place, it could be a situation where you get a coach in here with a disciplined system and some defined roles and rules for what they're trying to do on offense. Dante could look completely different. When he's left to his own vices, he could be a wild man. But if you get him in a situation outside of what Alvin has set up for him, which Alvin's offense is really free flowing and you just kind of do whatever, that's not conducive to getting the best out of Dante.
Which unrelated, De'Aaron has gone on record saying he hates. Not that he hates Alvin's offense. That's not what De'Aaron said. But De'Aaron was like, yeah, no, I do really, really well with structure.
Yeah. So you bring some more structure in here, and that goes not only for De'Aaron, but everybody. And that could help Dante offensively and with the erratic behavior or nature, I should say, of his offensive game. So that all connected to me when we talked about that. And Buddy, like I said, John Bull had stats that say the numbers say he's been worse. I just look at the way he's played, and specifically last night, and it stuck out to me the way he attacked the basket late in the game. And I was like, man, we never saw that in Sacramento. And he was doing that last night, and maybe Rick Carlisle has something to do with that.
Yeah, I'm not locked into the Pacers. I'll stat peek around the league. And what has thrown me with some of the games that I've checked in, and I absolutely haven't checked in on 15, 16, 17 games, whatever it's been from the Indiana Pacers, as John Bull says, he's shooting 32% from three and 2.3 turnovers per game with the Pacers, which is worse than Sacramento. One thing that I did know was the turnover number. I noticed that. But I also thought his number, and this is something that we focused on for a while, but the number of threes versus the number of shot attempts seem to be different in Indiana. It also appeared his assist numbers had changed quite a bit in Indiana. And again, this isn't the full post-trade sample size. This is just me peeking in like, okay, win or lose.
Could be stat hole situation.
100%. Yeah. 100%. I'm not locked into the Pacers on a night-to-night basis. That's not my job. That's for Bilo and JC. Yeah, that is just not. I'm here to cover the Kings, not former Kings.
So I wonder if that may help Dante if he stays around next year, having a different coach and more structure on the offensive end might help everybody out.
That's a great point. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, which goes back to something we said right before the commercial break. I don't need Dante to be a scorer. I don't want Dante to be a scorer. I want Dante to be more efficient when he does score. Pick his spots. Which it feels like, there's someone in the chat on YouTube said, pull up the sound of Luke Walton saying that Buddy has the ultimate green light. Who doesn't? Like, who doesn't have the green light to shoot? Right. Like Dante put up 7 threes last night, and this transcends from Luke to Alvin. This is that system. Trey Lyles took the game-winning shot attempt last night. It just landed in Damian Jones's hands for the putback. Like who's got the red light? Tell me that. Who's the don't do that. Like who do they go? Who comes up in film session and they go, hey, green light right there, fam, red light. Don't do that.
Right. Well, look, I know me personally. When I coach, the kid may be the weakest kid on the team or whoever. I'm not giving nobody the red light. I want everybody to have confidence.
What about a yellow light?
Not even, I guess that's how you would phrase it. But
think before you shoot.
Yeah. And
what does a yellow light mean? To some people, it means slow down. To some people, it means speed up. Right. So what exactly would the think before you shoot? Is this your best spot? Like, think before you go and fire this shot.
Right. And that's really, really what it is. But it's always like, just the way I look at the game, I always want my guys to be empowered to be aggressive offensively. I feel like I can rein them in easier than I can say, hey, I need you to be more aggressive. Like, this isn't a chair shot. Don't play the sound. But it's easier for me to be like, hey, come back to us a little bit, as opposed to like, yo, Tyrese, I need you to shoot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that is more infuriating to myself. So when you talk about, you know, oh, why did Buddy have the green light? Like, yeah, I want him to have confidence in shooting the ball. I just want him to understand, you know, the situations and a good shot and being able to get the shot off, as opposed to we could get a great shot if we move the ball around or if you take 2 steps in or something like that. So, yeah, man, I think everybody, I have no problem with everybody on that roster having a quote unquote green light to shoot.
There's probably an element of don't think too much too.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're, I don't want to say in the flow of the offense, but well, no, I don't feel like that works because there's plenty of clips where Buddy just catches the ball and probably unconsciously just shoots it towards the basket. There's a great one that John Bull recycled on Twitter. I don't it was, and I don't even know why John put this up, but it was probably a week or two ago. But there's like 20 seconds left on the shot clock. Buddy jacks it up. It like hits the backboard, doesn't even hit the rim. And you can see Alvin's reaction in the shot. And it's like, okay, so here's what we've learned. Alvin didn't tell him to do that. And I guess there's a fine line, and you know, we're not taking shots at Buddy here, but there's a fine line between having the green light to shoot and what Buddy was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And now what the Kings have to decide is, and what their coaching staff or their next coaching staff has to decide is, there's a fine line between, you know, having a green light and playing within the flow of the offense and not thinking too much, not overthinking every pass, every play, all of that stuff, and being a team that shot 32% from 3 last night. Mm-hmm. And the reason they shot 32% from 3 was because Metu was 3 of 4. Like, that's essentially why.
Right.
And Metu was a guy we looked at earlier this year, like, hey, maybe, I mean, that's our guy. Freeport, stand up. Maybe Freeport need to fall back a little bit. I mean, go get away. That was this season.
I ain't gonna lie. That was your boy KC. I was like, calm down. However, I will say this.
Okay.
This goes back to putting people in the role that fits them best. Mm-hmm. When a lot of that was going on, Freeport was a starting power forward. And what we learned, because we wanted to see it, we learned he's not a starting power forward in this league. The minutes can't be extended too much, else those shortcomings that he has in his game gets exposed more and more.
Yeah.
But if you have him in a certain situation, like a backup 4 situation, you know, where you're not putting too much on his plate, that's when he can shine. That's when he can be really vital to what you're trying to do as a team. We saw that last night. And to be quite honest with you, we've seen it since the trade. Metu, because there was a moment when he wasn't playing, but when he got back into the rotation, he's been playing really, really well. And there could be 2 things there: getting back into your role and playing with more talented players as well. You know, it lightens your load, gives you better looks, gives you better opportunities on the offensive end. And I really like what we've seen from Metu since he's gotten back in the lineup since the trade.
Here's Alvin Gentry last night talking about the team's effort and our man Freeport.
And you're exactly right, Tony. I think they do. They play hard night in and night out. They compete at the highest level. They don't always play great, but I don't know anyone that plays great every single night. But I do know that they give us the effort every single night, and I think that's what's great. And, you know, for Mezzi, I think it's really important because, you know, he's been in the lineup, he's been out of the lineup, he's been in the rotation, out of the rotation, and he still brings the same thing night in and night out, which I think is really important as far as his growing as a player. Davion, I mean, we know what we're going to get there from an effort standpoint, but I think what he's done now is that he's getting more confident every night as far as in these close games down the stretch of making plays or creating plays for other people. So real proud of him. You know, he's playing a lot of minutes for us, but never complains and just go out and compete at the highest level.
high praise all around from Alvin Gentry right there. Chimezie Metu, of course, finished with 8 of 11, or finished 8 of 11 from the field, 22 points and 5 rebounds.
Wow.
He was locked in.
He was.
25 minutes from him last night. He
played some big minutes.
Again, you hope this roster improves this offseason, because I don't want to be doing this again next March, to be perfectly honest. Famous last words of everyone who's ever covered the Kings.
Poor James Ham.
James Ham, Jason Jones. But you look like, man, like, boy, Metu has been like, when you ask a guy to go out there and make the most of their opportunity, you feel like Davion Mitchell certainly did that last night. It has done that regularly this season. You feel like Chimezie Metu perhaps is a guy who, just as Trey Lyles is a guy who over the course of this final 8 games could, earn themselves a position on this team next year. Now, I don't know what's going to happen with the coaching staff, but I don't know. You mentioned as we opened up the show today, everything's on tape. Well, whoever comes in, if it's not Alvin Gentry in this staff, if someone else comes in, we don't know what their interpretation of Chimezie Metu's game is going to be. Because you mentioned it a second ago, playing better with other when you're with better players. Your game is a little bit elevated. What's Metu? Okay, who else you got to go to other than Chimezie Metu right now? You got Chimezie Metu and Trey Lyles. There are people, a lot of things that you could take as positives, someone else could take as a negative. You could be looking at the same thing. What's your favorite? What's your analogy? The red dress? What were the
dress
two?
And the black dress.
The blue dress and the black dress, right? Like we're looking at the same thing, but
we're not seeing
we're seeing it very, very differently. And so that could be the case with a guy like Metu. It could be a case with a guy like Trey Lyles or even Damian Jones as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so again, every decision Monty McNair makes this offseason is going to be magnified.
Mm-hmm. He's better. Like they said, and he got game. Don't blow it.
That's right. It was only in He Got Game that they said don't blow it.
The coach at Tech U said don't blow it.
Let's hear more from Alvin Gentry here real quick. Here's Alvin talking about Davion last night.
Well, once again, I mean, he played a ton of minutes for us again tonight, but I thought he was great. We tried to rest him as much as we possibly can, but down the stretch, he was the guy that made the plays for us. And then obviously the offensive rebound by D. Jones was really, really important. And then when we had to make a stop, we made a stop. So I thought that all of those things were really good. And just for us to win a game on the road, like I said, and I think it speaks volumes about these guys that we're not quitting, and we continue to fight and we continue to battle, and we did it all last week. And I'm glad that they have something tangible to show for it.
Alvin Gentry right there following the Kings 110-109 win last night.
We'll keep talking about the Kings and everything else like that. But did you have any issue with what Buddy Hield had to say? Like, did you take it as a shot? Did you? I think it was a little bit of a shot. I think it was wrong, but
I just think it's one of those things. Yeah, I think it's Buddy went Stat Muse and Legion Hoops last night, or whatever that other one was called. You can go out and say anything you want to about Sacramento and you'll be believed.
Right.
Like that'll be the analysis now. The Pacers are as bad as the Kings are. There's not going to be any analysis on the Pacers, over the course of the next few weeks. But the point being is, yeah, you listen to Buddy, man, he's so much freer now. Like, okay, you can repeat what Buddy said in that press conference, and everybody who covered the Kings or is a fan of the Kings or went to the Kings game and watched them regularly knows that everything that Buddy said last night isn't true. Mm-hmm. And I don't know if what Rick is doing differently, if Rick is doing something differently. Like, I believe Rick is a stricter, more use De'Aaron's word, structured coach than Luke or Alvin. But I think Dave Yeager was too. How'd that go?
Right.
So like I didn't take it as I wasn't like, oh, F buddy. Like I purposely, I told you I was going to stay away from social media last night. I lied. I got on it. I had to see. I didn't tweet anything, but my first inclination is, Twitter is the place you go for like negativity. It was the tweet a buddy joke. I was like, that's trash. I'm not going to do that. Like he dribbled the ball off his foot. Like whatever. Kings win the game. That's what matters. And then I saw that and I was like, come on, man. Like that's not true.
It's not true. It's not necessary. Like I look at it, I don't have a problem with Buddy at all. Like I sincerely mean it when I say I wish him the best in his career. I don't think he's a bad basketball player. It clearly wasn't going to work here in Sacramento. And that's all it is.
Buddy's doing what everybody before him, with right now the exception of Tyrese Halliburton, has done. Nemanja Bjelica did it. Like a variety of different players who do it. They paint what they see as the narrative of Sacramento out there, and you can run with it because you can believe that it's true because this is a bad franchise. Everybody sees it.
Maybe you guys are the problem. Maybe you guys are the reason why things aren't going well.
Maybe it's possible. We'll address the Richaun Holmes situation when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Hey Jesse, is the Mexico USA match tonight? Is this like a big one? Does it mean a lot, or they're both gonna get in? Yeah. I was about to ask. Everybody's top guns are gonna be there, huh? All right. It's in Mexico, right? Oh my. Mexico. Marquez Valdez-Scantling, 3-year, $30 million deal with the Chiefs. Aaron ain't got nobody. What does
it? Jesse, still riding that high, man. Still riding that high. Man, that's what they should do.
I don't know.
That's what they absolutely
I don't know. He
should
built
do.
like Debo. He better run away from people.
You better get around that first.
Yeah, Debo be running through some people when them handoffs.
That's funny. He got game is what made me buy my first pair of Jordans, oddly enough. They were fake, but I remember my program director at KSFM came in one day and he had 11s on, but the patent leather was orange. This was in like early, this was, 04 or 05.
Yeah.
And he came in and I'm like, bro, where did you get those? Oh, my man was selling them at the house out of his trunk. I was like, B, fam, I think you bought fake Jordans. Like, what the F you mean I bought fake? I was like, nah, B, that doesn't exist. Like, that's not a real shoe. Like, you're very literally wearing a fake shoe. Oh, no, are you crazy, man? You crazy? I was like, how much you pay for them shoes? $100? Like, fam, those aren't real.
I remember I was watching some video and they were talking about how like the rappers, I mean, now it's obvious, but at the time in that time, 02, 03, 04, 05, you would see rappers, they do shows and they'd have like these custom 11s and custom 12s and like, bro, no, these were not, they're custom, all right. They didn't come from Nike though. They definitely didn't come from Nike. And it was like, we would look at it like, oh snap, Fab got them custom 9s. It's crazy. That was on Canal Street.
You know who got our girl? Like she'll talk about it. Sarah. She was pissed. She got her money back. It was with a dude that she is cool with, so it wasn't like. But she had. Which ones were they? They were black. They were black off whites, but I don't think they were Air Force Ones. They might have been. Did they do like Air Maxes or
they did some Air
three?
Maxes.
Yeah. She had those. I was like, oh, those are hot. I didn't like examine them.
Right.
Next time I saw her, she was like, yo, they were fake. like, how did you know? Like, what do you mean? She was like, no, I don't know if she went to an appraiser. She had someone look at them or what. I was like, yeah, they weren't real. I was like, oh no.
That's a whole nother dynamic though of the fake shoe. The fake shoe.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know. That's a whole nother world of like, so for instance, Nike, the fakes and the Nikes are made in the same place, in the same factory.
Right. Yeah.
But because Nike's not selling them, they're fakes.
Yeah.
I'll let you be the judge.
Yeah. Right.
This is a fact. The fakes, and the Nikes are made in the same place in the same factory.
Same material.
Same everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an interesting dynamic.
Yeah. It's a true story. I was watching a video. I got served a video one time. Like, it's really difficult to distinguish. Like, that's why, like, if we didn't have I'm sure you feel the same way. If we didn't have the inside, I would never trust
Can't tell.
I do think this would be a fascinating conversation to bring to the air. But given what we're about to get into, maybe we'll hold off on
that'll be one of these Fridays or something like that.
We're having a very interesting shoe conversation on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well, and we'll bring that to you a different time. As we were talking to James Ham yesterday, as the show came to a conclusion, and the Richaun Holmes report out of the Sacramento Bee came up. And we took a quick glance at it, all of us kind of collectively. We all got it at the same time and realized what we were looking at and made the decision. And Kenny, I think you said it perfectly yesterday. We don't need to be first on this. It's already out there. You can see it if you want to read it. Give us an opportunity to read through this, connect with a few people, and see what we can present to this story. Most of you've probably read the Richaun Holmes article right now. There's allegations in it that involve a child, an ex-wife. There's a lot that I learned. I didn't know Richaun was married and divorced. Like there were, I didn't know. And this is the difficulty about, stories like this is a very personal, private matter with a public figure in this city that now comes to light and is playing out in a newspaper.
Right.
So in an attempt to, be sensitive to any and everything involved, I'll just say this. I didn't really particularly love the way that the article was framed. It didn't come across as a report. It came across as an accusation, which is terrible, by the way, but it came across as an accusation and then kind of a framing of the Sacramento Kings and the NBA have attempted to cover this up.
Right.
I have a tremendous amount of, from what I know, respect for Richaun Holmes and his family. So I hope this remark is taken in its proper context. The NBA is not going to risk its credibility for Richaun Holmes. You feel me? Like the framing this thing as like a cover up was, that was tough. That was tough. And so, like as many people are pointing out here in the chat, it was pointed out yesterday. This was an opinion piece. This was an op-ed, which is a really weird place to drop an allegation like this. It wasn't put out there by a reporter or someone who covers the team or anything like that. So I thought the overall framing of it was a bit unfair and a smidge bit scary given the topic. we're not here, just as we weren't with Deshaun Watson, just as we weren't with every athlete of the past and every athlete of the future. It's not our job to judge guilt and innocence in this. I'll just say with what was presented to us yesterday, that was tough. It was tough for me to digest that in a manner that I thought was proper for the allegation that was in that piece.
Yeah, man. And that's the thing, man. Serious allegations, and a serious situation. And I'm just of the belief a lot of times in these situations, especially in this particular case where, from my knowledge, there's not like court documents or nobody's been charged of this or that. We don't have to say anything about these situations. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what happened. Like, I kind of refrained yesterday from even tweeting about the thing. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
I'm not sitting here to talk about, Richaun would never do this or I don't know. And if you don't know what's going on, it's okay, in my opinion, to not have anything. You don't always have to have something to say. You don't always have to give your 2 cents in, especially in situations where you just don't know what's going on. And something as serious as this. This isn't me coming on the airwaves or writing an opinion piece about what I thought Jimmy Butler said to Coach Spo. Like, in the grand scheme of things,
right.
That's not that serious. Like, you can
that's
have
public. But it's also public on a basketball floor.
Exactly.
In front of 15,000, 16, 17,000 people.
You know what I mean? This is it's just different levels. And the lady who wrote the article, she's got a job to do. She's a writer, a journalist, or I don't know the official term.
Columnist, whatever.
Columnist. She's got a job to do, and this was what she felt she needed to do. She's completely within her rights to do that. But me personally, I just wouldn't have been a fan of, and I'm not a fan of how something that serious was kind of just put out there like that. And I didn't think it needed to be put out there that way. And then, you talk about the Kings in the NBA. I thought they were also put in an unfair light in this particular case, man. So I didn't like the way that went down by any means, man. And that's not here to defend anybody or say anything like that. I'm just looking at it and say, I didn't like the way that went down. That wasn't cool.
And also, just a note to like Kings fans and Richaun Holmes fans, because I think he has a lot of them. That article also framed it as if like you're a bad person for supporting Richaun Holmes. You're not. And you don't have to pick sides on this. You pick sides when you have evidence. You have pick sides when you have feelings on something or when there's something in front of you. You're welcome to do that. When you have something as vague as that, you don't have to pick sides. I wish the best for everyone involved. I hope that this can get resolved and everyone is in a safe, healthy, happy place, and this doesn't get drugged through the media any more than it already has.
Because I'm just a firm believer that that's something that family has to work out. And if nothing else ever comes out, to just how I feel, Damian, that's not our business. If nothing ever comes out, fine. I don't need to know. That's just how I go about things. That's their business. I know there's court documents that are public and things of that nature if it gets to that point. But I don't need to know the details. I just want everybody to be okay. I want everybody to be respectful of each other and they can figure this out together. I don't. That's once again, that's not my business. And I think a lot of times people stick their nose in things that aren't their business just because people are public figures. No, it's not my business, to be honest with you.
So with that said, I'm going to reach over here, grab our trusty old box, and Richaun Holmes, you, my brother, have just entered the box. Congratulations, my friend. I hope there is a time and a place that we can remove you from that box.
You go in the box with Ben Cosby.
Yeah. The Jello pudding guy.
It's all joke. I like Katie a lot. I've met her a couple of times. She don't know me that well, but I like Katie. It was jokes. It's good.
Yeah, no, that was actually during the streaming. Katie, okay, since you mentioned it, like it just killed me last night. Katie made a reference. I can't quite tell what was happening in Katie's mind, but she was attempting to make a reference to Bill Cosby.
Mm-hmm.
And halfway through, like right as she was trying to reference, it had something to do with De'Aaron's shirt, his sweater.
It was fire, by the way.
I don't know if she legitimately forgot who Bill Cosby was or like his name because she mentioned Bing Crosby and all of these different things, or if she realized, oh dear God, maybe I shouldn't go here. Drapes knew it right away because Drapes did not throw her a lifeline. Drapes was just like, yeah, stop it. Like he didn't go Bill Cosby. No, he was just like, Katie, we don't do that. We don't do that, Katie. But Bill Cosby, and Drapes is like, yep, it's Bill Cosby. So put back there from Chimezi Metu is the.
Let me tell you about Josh Jackson real quick. I saw Josh Jackson working out earlier today. I just want to tell you that.
God bless all of them.
No, look here.
I laugh
so
hard at that. That's hey, if you're not familiar, you don't know. There's just certain things like it's not Dr. Huxtable anymore. Like we put that away.
No, he's in the box. And if she just like kind of brain freeze on the name, look, you're talking to a guy that what'd I say, Josh Powell and Dwight Powell, and like it happens.
Oh, that's not the brain freezing
all the time. Come on,
man.
Please,
it's like
gonna happen. That's nothing.
You could run a counter each day. We mess a name up or something like that. The only reason it was funny is because part of me believes she knew she shouldn't say it, but it was too late. It's like she was already halfway in the pool. Like she gonna get wet either way. So she just submerged herself. Bill Cosby.
Yeah.
Oh,
I got love for Katie, man. I joke with the people that I got love for, man. So that's what it is.
Man, I was just no, Katie. No. Katie, no. Don't do it, Katie. And I feel like I was doing the same thing, like hitting her, like no, stop it. Stop it.
And James, yeah, Bill Cosby. I saw Josh Jackson getting off the team bus today, and it just really.
Oh man, Katie, that was good stuff last night. I'm happy for that crew too. Gets a call a win. Like they haven't gotten to call too many of those. Like you think about everyone references G-Man and all the bad basketball he has called. In his life as a broadcaster, man. This job is so much more fun, even here, what Kenny and I do. Not that we would know, because we have a blast every day. In my head, though, man, this would be so much fun if the Kings were winning games.
I mean, could you imagine, like remember the excitement that I had during the Niners run? But, we got Niner fans up in here, but we also got the haters in here, right? So it wasn't collective. Okay,
wait a minute.
It wasn't collective.
We got Niner fans, but we've got Raider fans. We've got Bears fans. We've got Dolphins fans. We've got
They're haters.
They're fans of other teams.
No, they're haters. It just is what it is. Okay. But my whole point was not to point out the haters that are always there when the Niners do good. I mean, that wasn't what I was trying to do.
You pointed it out like 4 times.
Well, that's what happens. I wasn't trying to do that. But, that was a great time. That 3-4 week window when I come in here, and it was a great time. Could you imagine if we could do that for like 3 or 4 months together on the same page?
Well, Kings
fans.
You talk about the haters up until the day. I can't remember if it was week 18 or one of the playoff games. I can't remember which one it was. But our biggest streaming audience was that Monday following one of those 49ers games. Yeah. That, of course, is until Tyrese Halliburton was traded. And that record was broken a couple of days later at the trade deadline. So up until that point, up until drastically altering Kings news, I think people were into that 49ers run. They were having fun.
Yeah.
Like there was a cool moment early in the show. I think a lot of people do tune in to see how you're going to react to, especially to the live stream. There was a cool moment early in the show when we did one of our marathon draft shows. Hopefully,
yeah.
R.I.P. to those.
Put those in a box.
Happily. Where the 49ers went to make their selection, it was the Trey Lance draft. And it had been an incredible show with the Aaron Rodgers stuff and having Trey Wingo on and all of that and all of the Mac Jones stuff that was still kind of sitting there in the background. We saw when the 49ers went on the clock, the number of people streaming the show skyrocket like by hundreds. And our belief in the moment was they're tuning in to see if you lose your stuff. That's why they want to see your reaction if Mac Jones's name is called. And truthfully, I'm going to be honest with you. That's why I was here. I was here to see what Kenny's reaction was if Mac Jones's name was called.
I was stressed. I ain't gonna lie. I was stressed.
You felt better.
Know. You didn't know.
We thought we knew.
You think positive. You know,
we weren't
but
positive.
You really don't know.
We weren't positive, but there's a nice little build around 49ers, and I think that I still think even though it's Las Vegas, there'd be a nice little build if the Raiders did well, but nothing compares to the Sacramento Kings here.
That's next level.
That's not just evidenced by D'Lo and KC. You look around and you see what Deuce and Mo have been able to build, and what James Ham and the Kings Beat and the Kings Herald, what they've been able to build. And when there is big Kings news, man, there's an appetite for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just doesn't happen very often. You've got to decide what you're going to do. You tuned in the day after the Tyrese Halliburton trade. I remember it was lit the day after that Laker game. The takeover at the Golden One Center, man, that was a hell of a show. That was open up the phone lines and let it out. We got you. We're here for you.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So we'll get there. We'll get there. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping it's next season. We'll get there.
We will.
One of these days.
We will. Kenny will still be outside. Who knows what clothing brand Kenny will introduce to us?
Well,
by the time. Hopefully it's
that's
D'Lo and
what
KC line.
Yeah, D'Lo and KC, the spring collection.
You introducing that one. You bringing that one to everybody.
Come on, man.
You one of one. Nobody's got that.
Come on now.
Not the guy who designed it, not the guy who put it on it. No one's got that. But you.
Yeah, man. So we're gonna get it popping one of these springs. Thought it was gonna be this spring where Rick Ross in game 4 of the first round of the playoffs, we're going to be going head to head, but maybe not.
I'm so amused that you brought that on the air. Like, it's one thing to say it privately to Black Bottles 916. It's a whole other thing to say. Oh, I'm going to say this on the air. I had to
speak it into existence.
Yeah, it didn't work. Didn't work. Failed.
He comes back next year. We'll line it up every spring until it actually happens.
Let's be in charge of that one. How about D'Lo and KC? Well, we're going to make this D'Lo and KC present Rick Ross next time around. But
Bel Air
Rick Ross,
Fest.
Yeah, he'll be
we're
here.
We're going to line it up every spring
we'll have
Kings playoffs.
Bel Air Fest. We'll have the champagne. We'll also get the cast of Bel Air there. That'll be the plan. It'll be Rick Ross, champagne, and the cast of Bel Air. Any other notes on last night's Kings game? Obviously, you mentioned jokingly Josh Jackson there. No Josh Jackson. No Josh Jackson. No Neemias Queta. We didn't see either of those guys. Well, we did see Neemias Queta on the floor for 0.2 seconds on that final.
It was vital.
Get the big bodies out there. It's great job. Great job.
I know everybody wanted to see Queta. I did too. You know what I mean?
And still do, by the way.
Yeah, still do. But I don't know, man. I'm once again one man wolf pack. I want to see Josh Jackson. I feel like the Kings are in a position where they need to be taking a look at everything they can. And I will say this, I only see the games. They see him every day in practice and shoot around. maybe they've seen enough to be like, this guy isn't it. There's no need to waste playing time on him. But I don't know, man. I want to see Josh Jackson. I want to turn over every stone that you possibly can to be looking for talent. And even if you don't necessarily like Josh Jackson as a ball player, we talked to James Ham yesterday about developing and things of that nature. Mm-hmm. This guy physically has the attributes you're looking for. Why not use this as an opportunity to try and develop him? Once again, unless they know he just can't be developed. But the guy's like 24. Try and build him up and get him in a situation where he could be helpful to your team, and you'll be the first ones to see him and take a chance on him.
I'll throw this out there with Josh Jackson. No, I don't know why we didn't see more of him last night. Neemias Queta, I'll throw this out there, and I think we'll learn a lot more coming up on Saturday when the Sacramento Kings take on the Orlando Magic. Queta did join the squad late. He played with Stockton. I don't know if he was able to connect with the team before they flew to Indiana or wound up meeting the team in Indiana. But that could have played a part in yesterday. Again, Saturday will kind of tell that story maybe a little bit clearer if Queta is going to get some run over here in the final stretch, like some real one. Alex Len played 17 minutes. And then this is probably important to point out too. Alex Len is under contract next year. Mm-hmm. It's not like it's not like the offseason gets here and he's just gone. Mm-hmm. So I understand you know what you have in Alex Len. If you could throw him in and, you know, however many couple million he makes and attach him to some other deal, or maybe a big thirsty team needs him, and boom, here you go. We got an Alex Len for you. Send us a 2nd round pick. I get that line of thinking also, but I just, you know, contract wise, just want to point out, it's not like Alex Len he's under contract, right. Whether we like it or not, he's under contract. I would rather see Neemias Queta. Of course, he was a pick. He was not only was he a pick of the Sacramento, he was a pick that Monty seemed to be relatively high on. And of course, I don't expect Monty McNair not to sing the praises of his draft pick after he takes him, but he seemed legitimately excited that Neemias Queta fell to him in the Kings there in that 2nd round selection. So we've seen glimpses and flashes, certainly in Stockton, that he could contribute something. And why not compete with Damian Jones on the floor together over these next 8 games and, you know, compete against each other for the spot to back up Domantas Sabonis next season?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I agree. I want to see Queta down the stretch here for sure, man. So hopefully the rest of this road trip and a couple games after the road trip, we get a chance to see him. Our guy Aldrin J, he says KC really got a thing for players like Josh Jackson and Cam Reddish. It's interesting. Well, so here's the deal. I don't know if Josh Jackson can play at all. Odds are, because I look at him, the amount of teams he's been on, he probably can't. Like, not to a level that's game changing or anything. Well,
I think there's other stuff there too.
Right. Like there's something stopping him from progressing as a player in this league and sticking with the team. That's the odds on that. Cam Reddish, I mean, he was just with one team. I think he's skilled, but it's looking at young guys, if you're the Sacramento Kings, and seeing what's there, turning over every stone. The Kings need to find themselves a Fred VanVleet. Like the Raptors, He was undrafted. He was in their G League, and out of nowhere, they developed him. He got better. He got a chance to be with the big squad. He helps them win a championship, and now he's a main cog of their franchise. And I'm not saying Josh Jackson or Cam Reddish is that, but one of these guys, when the Kings are going to be successful, they got to find one guy like that. Like, because it's not going to come from free agency. It may come from the draft, may come from a trade, but they got to have a guy that they develop that is a huge cornerstone to what they do. And our guy Butcher Boy, I remember he still feels this way when the Niners were like really, really looking for a quarterback before Jimmy. He's like, you know what I would do? I would draft a quarterback every year. Just draft one every year. And it doesn't have to be a 1st round pick. It could be in the 4th round, in the 6th round, but just draft one every year until you find one. right? And you find a guy, you stumble across a guy that you want to have as your franchise guy. And I almost feel that way about young guys like Josh Jackson and Cam Reddish. Man, keep bringing these guys in until you find one that's a diamond in the rough that just needed a different setting or was conducive to what you were trying to do, and now he's a player. Just keep bringing them in here and keep finding these guys until you get one that sticks. So that's more so where I come from with a guy like Josh Jackson and a Cam Reddish. Are they all going to work? Absolutely not. But you only need one. You only need one of them to work. You keep bringing them in until you find the one that works.
I mean, isn't that kind of Isaiah? Wasn't Isaiah the 60th pick in the draft? I mean, he hadn't been in the league as long, but in terms of a draft pick, again, he hadn't bounced around the league like Josh Jackson.
Absolutely.
Been in the league as long as Cam Reddish, but he's the last pick of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see if it hits.
Yep.
It hit. Not here, but it hit.
Oh, it did hit here, and then we moved on.
Oh, of course. Because, vindictive. It's always good to err on the side of vindictiveness when you're the general manager of a sports franchise. We'll come back and we'll stick to the NBA. You mentioned this. I feel like it's worth talking about a little bit. Jimmy Butler, Eric Spoelstra. We'll dive into that.
Send them packing, Pat. Send them packing to Sacramento. Teach them a lesson.
Yeah, talk about that. Let's talk about that. NCAA tournament gets underway in San Francisco. They got a good little slate of games. We'll talk about all of that as D'Lo and Casey continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Do we really have one?
What?
I saw the post for San Francisco and was like, wow, that's cool.
2 to 5.
2 to 5.
In Rockland. How is that supposed to work? I would go. I would be the type of guy to go to that kind of stuff. I'd be the type of walker. Yeah,
I would go
pretty
too
good.
if, they ever thought about us. Yeah, hold us a lane.
Exactly.
It's almost like we're non-existent to the company. Because we're the show that, we're not FM. Like we can't voice track. We can't pre-record our show.
Yeah.
We're pretty much non-existent.
They still don't have our timesheet thing up. I think that's fixed.
Shoot them a note like, hey, remember, we're here. Look, we can win an air fryer.
We're taking the trip to Chase Center with Ramsey, as he's mentioned 9 times.
Right.
He's on his way to the Chase Center.
Thank you, Ramsey.
Have a good time, Ramsey. Ramsey, are you going as a fan or are you working?
What the hell does Ramsey do?
He works at some of these Bay Area stadiums and arenas. I don't know what he does there, but he's the anti-Tommy. That's what's up, man. It's gonna be a good time, man. You just sit back and relax, see these 2 games. It's gonna be a good look. It's gonna be a real good look. Did you guys know that Don King is still around?
Like he's not dead, or like
he's like not dead, and he is actively promoting. He's got fighters. Yeah, Don is he's on some other stuff. I don't know when this how was this? Is the 24th at 1:23. There's a fire at Mile High Stadium in Denver.
I wonder how long. I wonder where Strikes is compared to where I live. No, I'm gonna legitimately show up at 4:45. Oh, it's not far. It's not far from me at all. I walk in there like, where's everybody at? Probably.
It's me. It's DDP. Poor John.
That's all right.
You got to double check with some of these people, man.
We've killed off a couple people on this show on accident. Yeah. And then we've talked about people who we didn't know were dead. Like they were.
Oh man. R.I.P.
Oh man. Do you know what the first game after the show is? Oh, okay, no problem. Oh, like a wraparound? Okay. No, it's no big deal. It's fine. Yes, Miss P, he's now in the box. He's in the box.
That's cap, Mark W. I give the Raiders more love than you people realize. You people. Well, sometimes I do, but sometimes I give them real compliments. I was the only one that thought they were making the playoffs all year long. I said at the beginning of the season, I think the Raiders might make the playoffs. I might have went back on that in the middle of the season.
I feel like I said the Raiders were making the playoffs.
I think you agreed too, yeah.
Oh. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. You can check us out on Facebook Live as well as the Odyssey app in 1320 AM. Wherever you are, man, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We appreciate you for being with us from 12 to 4, Monday through Friday, when our company throws parties for some reason, for reasons known to no one. Our company throws parties like 12 to 4. It's like they do it specifically so D'Lo and KC can't be a part of it.
Well, look here. There's the other thing. We just can never meet in the middle, huh? We just never meet in the middle. Everything out there in Top Golf land, huh?
Well, it looks like, hey, that's not my problem. That's not my issue. Oh, there's plenty of stuff in
where?
Old downtown.
When?
We just never go.
When?
Because we're always busy.
They
Where was
never
the
been
Christmas
downtown.
party at? Oh, I think they canceled the Christmas party.
Yeah. They ain't never been downtown.
COVID came back for the holidays. They were like, never mind.
They don't go any lower than Scandia.
Just for the record, our company does not go to Scandia. Just to be clear. And hopefully once we're out of that Madison building completely, we don't even venture down into that territory. Look, I'm fine with everything being in Roseville. That's not my problem. It's just the whole, hey, you know what would be a good time to throw a party? 12 to 4 on a Friday. Like, man, I want to win an air fryer. Like, why can't we? Like, I want to go. I want to win a new toaster oven.
I need some gift cards.
Like I want a bowl. I want to do, like, come on, man. No love for D'Lo and Casey. Not even with our own people.
Speaking of Scandia,
I'll probably get stopped at the door if we walked in. Like, excuse me, can I help you too? This is a private
party.
Private event here, guys.
Yeah. Speaking of Scandia, have you ever noticed that it's a little sketchy across the street from Scandia?
Yes. Yes, I have noticed that. It's why I haven't been there in 20 years. I'm well aware. Did you notice? I thought that was just understood. Hey, you can go miniature golfing. You're taking your life in your own hands, but you can go miniature golfing if you want to. Come on, man.
It's a little sketchy over there, man. I remember last time I was over there, I was like, was it always like this?
Everybody from Sacramento just looked at the radio like, fam, are you serious? Like, when did you learn that the area around Scandia was sketchy?
It's probably the last 3 or 4 times I went. And when there was a fight at the gas station at the Chevron.
I have to know. When was the last time you've been to Scandia?
Probably about a year ago. Took Reese to Scandia.
Is that
South Sac for a little while? We wasn't doing Scandia. We was going to Camelot Park.
That's what I was going to say. Is that the only miniature golf place like in all of Sacramento?
We used to have Camelot Park. I think Camelot Park got shut down. Well, it didn't get shut down. Like it shut down. It didn't get shut down, but it was like was a little before I got out of high school. But Camelot Park was a spot. We wasn't fooling with Scandia.
And so you learned within the last couple years that it was sketchy across the street from Scandia.
Yeah, I mean, I would go there and I just go do my thing, and then a couple times I'd like I'd walk to my car. I'd walk to my car and like, hey, what they doing across the street? What's going on over there?
You don't look. You get in the car and you drive away. That's like the agreement. You can go to Scandia. Ain't nobody gonna bother you. You golf, you leave. That's how it works. Golf, leave. Golf, leave.
When the 5 parking spots that they have at that place are filled up, you got to park on the street. And it's
no, you don't park on the street. You turn around and leave. You go, look, Reese, it's not our day. We got two choices. We can go miniature golfing, or we can drive this car home. Which would you prefer? With all of its windows.
And people are talking about Rock and Brew. I saw they got a new Rock and Brew out in Arden. That's where Paradise Island used to be. They finally, after 20 years, reestablished that place, and now it's Rock and Brews. Haven't been there, but I plan to go in there because they have batting cages there. So I got to check that spot out. But yeah, Camelot Park is where it used to be. Also, while we're here on establishments, I want to give a shout out to my guy Paul. I met at Applebee's last night. Had a real good conversation. I put him on to D-Lo and KC. He didn't know we was out here. I was like, yo, you need to check this out. And he said he was going to give it a listen. So if you're listening, big ups to Paul, man.
We're just locking down restaurants in our area one at a time. I don't want to leave Scandia just yet because I have to know, has Reese, because I know you haven't, have you ever gotten on that thing that you could see from the freeway?
No.
Okay.
So here's the deal.
I just keep waiting for the news story that says, you know, that thing from Scandia was rolling down I-80 today.
Well, we've had this discussion before, and I think John came up with the story, or like linked us to the story where the thing fell over. Got so windy it fell over.
Yeah. No.
So yeah, no, I'm not doing it. The Queen Bee, she's the thrill seeker, right? She's like, she'll get on anything. And Reese, he's a little bit of both of us. I'm not. I'm 2 feet on the ground. And we went to Scandia and they saw it, and he's like, yeah, Mom, we're gonna get on that. And then, you know, we went and did the batting cages, played some miniature golf. She's like, all right, let's go get on the ride. And he's like, well, is this a temporary ride? Is it going to be here next time we come? Because, you know, maybe today's not the day. And yeah, he didn't get on it. I don't blame him. I wouldn't. They already know.
I'm not about those rides. I'm not a roller coaster guy. I'm not a thrill seeker. I'm none of that stuff. I went to Disneyland for the first time a handful of years ago. You can find a few of those rides that I liked, a few of those little drop things that were fun with the screens in front of you. That stuff's all good, but you ain't gonna catch me like at the you know where you'll never see me? The State Fair. You'll never hear D-Lo and KC broadcasting live from the State Fair. That is not going to be a thing.
I love the State Fair. State Fair is coming back, by the way.
Not me.
But
cool. Guess who won't be there?
I don't get on them rides on there. They put them up too quick. You want me to believe in the security of that place, and you just threw that thing up in 10 seconds? No. And you wanted me to go upside down. Crazy. You know what's really crazy?
Oh man. Yeah, go ahead.
So this seems like very, very like calm. Them big Ferris wheels, bro. I'm up that high in just this little old cubby, basically.
Uh-huh.
No, it's not.
Oh,
okay.
no, I've seen Beverly Hills Cop 3 where that thing stops and Axel Foley got to climb up there and save the kid. I seen that. It ain't going to be me.
Oh, my gosh.
Ain't going to be me.
Oh, man. Yeah, and the thing moves pretty like easily. Like you just kind of, shift a little bit and all of a sudden it's rocking. Whoa, why are you rocking? Why?
Then you start yelling at the queen bee, stop moving. Stop moving.
We ain't moving.
You're
at
shaking
all.
it. You're shaking it.
We're not moving at all on those things. No. Very, very cool to see like the sight lines and stuff like that. The one in Old Sac, very nice. I've been on it, but yeah, I'm not okay with that.
Well, you come hang out here with your boy. Apparently, Sunsplash. I think it's called Sunsplash.
Golf
the water
Land
park
Sunsplash,
out here
yeah.
in Roseville.
That's pretty
they
big.
got a miniature golfing there.
They have a
Maybe we could have the D'Lo
yeah.
and KC spring party. It's Sunsplash.
Absolutely.
We're the only ones invited, though. We're not inviting the company.
Now, have you seen those things? We're gonna go to one at some point. The indoor water park that is like a hotel. I think they got one out there in Roseville.
Do that again?
It's an indoor water park.
Uh-huh.
And it's almost like a lodge, like a camping lodge setup. Everything's indoor though. So it's like a hotel. It's a hotel. You got to book reservations to stay in the rooms. And so if you're at the Embassy Suites, right? And in the middle of the Embassy Suites is the rooms are surrounding the middle of the Embassy Suites, but you can look down and see the lobby and see all this other stuff, right? I guess in these things, there's a water park in the middle. So you stay in your hotel and in the middle of everything is a water park. Great Wolf Lounge, as the Queen Bee says. Yeah. You ever heard of that? I think it's out in Roseville.
I have not heard of that.
Manteca is where it is at. There it is.
So wait, is there one in Roseville and Manteca?
No,
or
I think
just
it's
in
Manteca. I think it's just Manteca. That's what I was thinking of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't sound relaxing at all. I guess this is all better like if you have kids, like grown ass man, like I'll be followed if I book a room there. Like I'm here by myself. It's a big deal. Like the chat house said it was cool. What's the problem? The chat house said it was cool.
Booking that by himself. That's hilarious.
Kenny told me about the Grateful Lounge. What's the problem? Like, no. That doesn't scream
one
vacation
more thing about everything going on in Sacramento. You see, they're building a concert hall, or it's almost finished at the Hard Rock. Have you stayed at the Hard Rock yet?
No.
You're not.
No, I stay at my house. No, I do. I don't book hotels in the city that I live. I'm not going to book a hotel at the Story. That's not. I never understood that. You want to get away? You go book a hotel in the same place you live? That ain't gonna be me. Look, I ain't got that Kenny money. Kenny booking money at hotel. Look, you ain't booked a room at the Hard Rock. What you mean?
I haven't either, by the way.
Fam,
I haven't even been to the
10
Hard
minutes
Rock.
from the Hard Rock. I'm gonna take an Uber there.
I hadn't even been to the Hard Rock, but their concert hall is going to be ready, I think, in a couple months. $2,500 little arena. The opening act.
Run that by me again. 2,500 people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because you said $2,500.
I
was like, I'm sorry, man. What comes?
See, Katie, see what happens. It happens to the best of us.
What comes with that $2,500? I need to know.
Yeah, $2,500 again. 2,500 people.
There you go.
Auditorium, amphitheater, whatever it is, indoor. Maroon 5 is opening it up.
All right.
I won't be there. I just
Boyz II Men's at Thunder Valley. I don't know if that's a 102 joint, but that's one. I think D'Lo and KC need lanyards for that.
Absolutely.
Like, not because I had looked at tickets and they were gone. So I was like, we need some lanyards. Like somebody like that. I know we're cool with the people over at Thunder Valley.
We gotta know some people that know some people.
We got to.
I would
inquire at the company's spring break party if it wasn't.
Don't hold your breath there because I don't know when we're ever going to see one of those.
I don't know.
Like me and you.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm gonna get Jesse. I'm gonna go Kings make the playoffs first. Kings make the playoffs before D'Lo and KC can go to a company party.
Like, hey, we're having a company party here, 12-4.
Yeah, but not just playoffs. I'm talking like 6 seed and up playoffs. I'm talking about the actual 7-game series playoffs. Yeah, the Kings are making one before D'Lo and KC ever go to a company party.
Oh man, did you know we're in the pandemic, but when we were sliding out of lockdown, that the hotels around the city were giving discounts to Sacramento residents to come stay.
Mhm.
Like the Sheraton downtown was like, show us your driver's license to prove you live here. You get like 60% off.
Mhm. Yeah.
I didn't do that, but I would have.
Well, if you had to, that
mean,
was the point.
I
If you had to,
would have just done it. Like, hey, let me get out the house. Let me stay downtown.
No, you wouldn't have, because that was for people who were trying to quarantine away from people who were sick.
That's not how they presented it. They
But
were
they
like,
just thought if you wanted to come hang out,
yeah, because they weren't getting anybody to stay in there because nobody was traveling.
again,
So they were like, if you want to get out the house and stay show you're a Sacramento resident and you stay here for 60% off.
any hotel that I'm dying to stay at isn't going to give me 60% off. A hotel that I'm ready to get out of is going to give me 60% off. Like, I'm just going to go
The Sheraton
home.
downtown looks nice.
It is nice. I'm sure it's
I haven't
beautiful.
been in any
There
of
are
the
plenty
rooms.
nice
I've
hotels.
been in the bar and all that other stuff. It's
There
very
are
nice.
wonderful hotels in the city of Sacramento for people who don't live in Sacramento. It's fantastic. You're listening to D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Our company treats us like Jimmy Butler treated Eric Spoelstra
Oh
last
my
night.
gosh. Oh man.
Jesse sent us the clip of that last night. It's like, I had to watch it like 5 times. Like, what is going on here? Yes, Jimmy Butler's about to fight Eric Spoelstra. Why not?
You're about to fight everybody.
Why does everybody want to fight Eric Spoelstra? Like, what's Spo ever do? Got LeBron shoulder bumping him, trying to get Pat Riley to come coach him. Now you got Jimmy Butler. Eric Spoelstra says, "Do you really want to fight me?" And then, of course, Udonis Haslem. Man, you talk about ride or die. He looks at Jimmy Butler and says, "I'll bust your ass."
He said at first he was trying to hype him. He's like, don't take it out on him. Take it out on the other guys. And then Jimmy stands up. He's like, what you standing up for? We could go.
I love that.
Go.
What do you
That's
think?
crazy.
What do you think the vibe was in the locker room? You think it was like all good, like, hey, it's all love, or do you think it was like, yo, we need to get this all out of our system right now?
The professional athletes are so strange sometimes because you would see something like that. And there's a lot of times when professional athletes will be like, yeah, it happened. And then, we got it out of our system. We were over it. And I was like, I've been in locker rooms. It's never really gone like that for my locker rooms. Like, we need to talk about it. It wasn't no we got it out and we moved on. Like, we need to have a conversation about this and clear the air the right way.
Mhm.
And I would think that's what happened, but I don't know. I don't know. I think that was so
Especially with
volatile
those
because
personalities.
yeah, and if you see the clip, like it went on the entire timeout. It didn't like the clip that we saw. It wasn't, oh, they separated each other and that was it. You see the other angle. Spo had to be separated. Ty threw the clipboard down. Jimmy, they're like at the free throw line going back and forth. And it looked like they were about to talk it out and explain it. And then something was said crazy. They had to be held back again. Spo was pushed away. That was a wild scene. That was a wild scene.
It was. I think the refs came over like, hey, could y'all stop fighting? We got a game to play.
That was a wild scene. And I saw a tweet and they used the gif of what I'm about to say. But
you cannot hold Spo back. Spo wants Jimmy bad.
Spo was getting after it.
Eric Spoelstra wants all that smoke.
Spo was getting after it. But they talked about like life with Jimmy Butler, and they used the gif to get across the point they're making. But he said Jimmy Butler's a habitual line stepper. As Charlie Murphy once said, he's a habitual line stepper. That's what Jimmy Butler is, and that's what he was last night.
Spo. This is so. Someone who is trying? Is that Kyle Lowry? Kyle Lowry's like, timeout. Kyle, get out of the way. Get out the way, bro. Like, just listen. He's like, timeout, guys, timeout. Oh, this is an all-time NBA clip.
I'm trying to think of if I've seen something like this before. I mean, you guys let me know. I feel like
between a coach of that caliber,
right? Like, because obviously KD and Draymond, that was big, but that was two players, and yeah, this one crazy. Haslem really going after Jimmy.
Oh yeah, Haslem's being held back by pretty much everyone. He really is. He sure is.
Yeah, this was a trip.
That's an all-time.
And like I said, you know, I just got to speak on this. I really do, because what we saw from Jimmy Butler last night, it was inexcusable, Damian.
Oh, it was.
It really was. It was disgusting behavior. It was inexcusable. This is the second time he's had mix-ups with teammates like this. We saw it in Minnesota, where, you know, it was embarrassing. And I really believe that Pat Riley needs to put his foot down. And he needs to teach Jimmy Butler a lesson and say, Jimmy, we don't do this here with Heat culture. We don't do this in Miami. We're going to send you to Albatross. All right. We're going to send you to, as Mike Tyson once said, Bolivian. We're sending you to Sacramento. All right. That'll teach you to get yourself together and never behave like that again. I really do believe Pat Riley needs to put his foot down and make a statement right now that you don't treat your coach like this. Jimmy, you're out of here. Trade him to Sacramento. I'm sick of this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is sarcasm.
It's not sarcasm. Do it. Do it, Pat. Put your foot down.
By the way, this is the top seed in the Eastern Conference. So for all of the people who fired off things are going really well in Miami. No, they are. They're the top seed in a stacked Eastern Conference. Everything is fine in Miami, and whatever went on in the locker room afterwards, I'm pretty confident. However it ended, it did just that. It ended.
I'd like to know what what Haslem had to say, because Haslem, like Jesse said, he wanted some action.
Oh, he did. Isn't PJ Tucker on this team?
He is. He was right there next to Jimmy.
Did he bust anybody? Like how did PJ Tucker?
PJ just kind of let it ride.
How did PJ Tucker not want to throw hands with anybody in this one?
He was playing peacemaker. And then he walks away and lets it happen.
PJ being the calm one is like, I get Kyle Lowry calling timeout. Like I get Kyle Lowry trying to separate everybody. I expect PJ Tucker to be like, yeah, bless his ass.
I need to know how this went down, man. I really do.
Eric Spoelstra had to have done a post game last night, right?
I would think so. Or maybe he skipped it. Maybe he said no. Or I'm not going to talk about it.
Talk amongst yourselves. I gotta say, I don't. Everybody was wondering where the dinner plans were after the game. So obviously he spoke. I can't find video of it. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for video of it.
Oh man.
All I keep finding is the clip of them going at each other. Oh, here's Spo. Okay. All right. Let's see what Spoelstra had to say here. Following that little.
What happened in the huddle?
Everybody was wondering where the dinner plans were tonight after the game. It's pretty clear. Like, we have a very competitive, gnarly group, and we're getting our asses kicked. And it's two straight games. We were not playing to the level that we wanted to play. And I would say virtually every single person in that huddle was pretty animated about our disappointment in how we were playing.
And there it is. It's a solid answer from
in all seriousness. How you feel about that? Like, do you think those things are healthy?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not
do.
necessarily against it. Like if it's a one-off.
So to be fair, it looked like Eric Spoelstra was the one who wanted the heat. Because if you look at the body language of the two, Jimmy's doing a lot of the stuff with his hands, and
he's like,
it's
"What do
like
Jimmy do?"
It's like Jimmy's trying to explain something, right? And Spo was like, essentially, I don't like your explanation, and I'm going to continue to follow you until you understand my point. This isn't the Sacramento Kings. Again, this is a team that's leading the Eastern Conference. This is a team and a coach with championship pedigree. You can absolutely have one of these pop up, during the year, particularly at game 70 something, 74, 5, whatever of the season. I'm perfectly fine.
And they're about to lose back-to-back games to teams that are playing without any of their guys. They lost to Philly that way. They're about to lose to the Warriors that way. Going into the playoffs, somebody needs to be like, hey, this is unacceptable. Stop.
I'm sure they're frustrated. Philadelphia's got all of this. They've got Harden. They've got that hype. People are talking about Boston, the best team in all of basketball. You've got the defending champions there in the Milwaukee Bucks. And then you got a team all the way down in the 8th seed right now that everyone's talking about because a vaccine mandate was lifted. So I'm sure they're a bit on edge right now, despite the fact that they're 47 and 26. We'll come back. We'll talk more NBA. NCAA tournament is popping in California tonight. We'll dive into that. We've got Olivia Christian joining us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll get back into the Kings. Lots more ahead. Is dealing with Casey. And JT, we see you. We got you next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, I'll be right back.
Let me get set up here real quick. "13th round" with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups, Ryan, doing what he does over there. And I just wanted to get in here and talk about the boxing schedule that's going on this weekend, because I guess you could say starting last weekend with Berlanga, and it was supposed to be Virgil Ortiz, boxing schedule starting to pick up for the next month and a half, 2 months or so. It's about to be crazy. And even going into the summer, I think it's going to be even crazier. Then this is one of those weeks. So we got a couple of fights I want to see on ESPN. Miguel Burchelt going up against Jeremiah Nakatila. I don't know who that is, but I know who Miguel Burchelt is. And I want to see what he's able to do in his fight, his 10-round fight in the lightweight division on ESPN. Also, the one that I'll be locked into on Showtime, Tim Tszyu versus Terrell Gashi. I don't know how you say it, but either way, the big star here is Tim Tszyu, the son of former legend Costa Tszyu. I want to see what this guy has. I've seen a lot written, a lot of videos made about how this guy is legit, how he's the real deal. I'm not going to lie to you. This is the first time I'm really getting an opportunity to see him. And I want to see what he's got. He's a junior middleweight. I want to see if he is worth the hype. I want to see if he's a guy that can potentially be a #1 guy, a pound for pound guy in boxing, and especially be a champion in his weight class. So those two fights and those two cards specifically, I'll have my eye on. And it's just it's starting to be a good time for boxing here, as each Saturday we're starting to have card after card lined up to keep us entertained. Boxing is on its way back, and it's just getting started. It's the 13th round. No, not that I could think of. I know I didn't. Trying to think if there were any on our team at all. I don't think so. But now we get super competitive. Like we would be talking crazy back and forth, but never had to be separated. Not that I could think of. It's a good question. Yeah. That's strong right there because KG ain't never fought nobody. I was watching that the other day when Anthony Pillar smacked him up. Now, I'm not saying he should have smacked him back. It was game 6 of the Western Conference semifinals. But, yeah, he tried some sneak stuff, and Anthony Pillar handled that, and he backed away. And he always backs away. Jimmy, you got TJ Warren, excuse me, Haslem. Who else has Jimmy tried to fight? Yeah. It's a good call. He just might be. He just might be. No, because I don't like anything that the Timberwolves are doing right now. I only like Ant-Man. That's it. So no, I guess not. Although there was a story that came out on ESPN.com. I wanted to read it on Karl Anthony Towns about how Jordan Woods has kind of helped him through all this.
The Ramona Shelburne article. Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah,
it's really, really good. Ramona's great, man.
She is.
Yeah. Appreciate you so much for being with us. Olivia Christian will join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour, and then we'll dive back into the Sacramento Kings as well. We'll open up the phone lines for you. 916-349-1320. By the way, I always say that. It's a stupid radio thing. They're always open. You can literally always call.
Not always.
Most of the time.
I don't think they can call when Olivia's on or a guest.
Okay, you're being very literal. Will you stop it?
I'm just trying to let the people know. I'm trying to
You're
get
like Ramsey right
information.
now. Well, actually, not all of the time, Damian.
Most of the time they are. We love to hear from you.
I mean, they're always open. You just might not be able to get through.
There you go.
Like
Now you're 100% correct with that. There you go.
Kenny. About to be an Udonis Haslem, Jimmy Butler situation here in a minute. Let's get our man JT on here. JT, what's good, baby?
What's going on, you guys? So speaking of Adonis Haslem and Jimmy Butler and Spoelstra, WrestleMania season's coming around.
Let's go.
Let's put these guys in a match. D-Lo, I sent you something a little bit earlier. I'm thinking a Hell in a Cell between Adonis and Jimmy with Spoelstra as a guest referee. How would you go with that?
I'm with it. It's a question, legitimate question. And I like Jimmy. I'm a Jimmy fan. Has Jimmy ever actually been in a fight though?
No, Jesse brought up a good point. Jesse, what did you ask me? And it's a hell of a point by him.
That's it. Yeah, that's a fair point where he just barks, like he's really loud.
Mm-hmm.
He barks a lot, but it feels like Jimmy doesn't bark at opponents. He barks at his teammates.
Yeah, there's TJ Warren. I mentioned TJ Warren. He did get at him. That was a testy one right there.
Yeah,
I remember him and TJ Warren. And then he barked at Jokic, even though he was right next to Jokic after it happened.
Oh,
didn't
that's
do
right.
anything.
Yeah,
and then
I remember that.
When everybody was in front of him, hey, no, come see me. It just was right here.
Oh yes, and that's when everybody was amused by his brothers. We got to talk about Jokic, by the way. We'll hold that off though. We'll hold that off for a second because Leezy's here and he's probably really happy about something. What's up?
Yo, I'm excited. We talking about the number one seed in the East, my Miami Heat. I had to call in. Hey, KC, the other day we were talking about leadership on the show, right? We're talking about how Draymond Green, he's not a real leader. Well, over on the Miami Heat, Jimmy's a real leader, okay? They're playing bad right now, so they had to get on the same track. I think this is a whole bunch of nothing. I don't think it's a big deal. He's been a model citizen in Miami for 3 seasons now. I think just that moment is indicative on him. And talking about Jokic that you guys brought up, people don't talk enough about Jokic injuring Morris, and he was out for months. You know, Jokic has this good guy personality or whatever. Yo, people need to talk about that more. He really hurt Morris, you know, so just want to throw my 2 cents out there, man.
All right, I hear you, Lizzie. I will say this about that Jokic Morris situation.
I love that he
started
said
it.
Morris because we can't remember which one it was.
I think it's Markeith. That's my guess. Markeith. Markeith started it. Jokic finished it.
He did, and man, he did. He just continued. Like, Jokic is entering like this weird territory. I know that wasn't the point of what Lizzie said, but Jokic is entering this weird territory where he's putting up insane numbers and we just stop paying attention. Kind of like he's venturing into like what LeBron and Giannis and those guys do, where they're like, they're regularly putting up 30 and 17 or something. And, you know, Joel's doing it a lot now.
Right.
Look at this. Look at this insane statistical line from Nikola Jokic. Yeah, no, that's fine.
He's what he does.
He's hit that ridiculousness at a regular category.
Yeah.
That's a bad dude, man. He's again he's never been my favorite, but that dude is bad.
You can't dispel or hate on what he's able to do on the court. It is a sight to see. And he's got his team in a situation where, you know, they're going to start getting some guys back, and they could be really dangerous. We mentioned it a little while ago that they hold on to 6 and they play the Warriors in the first round.
Yeah, that's tough. Tough for the Warriors. That's tough.
I saw this late, so it wasn't in the rundown. But I'm going to ask you this since I accidentally brought up the Warriors. You did it again. You see Draymond stirring it up a little bit with a comment on his podcast.
Draymond said he would miss a Warriors game to watch LeBron James break the all-time scoring record.
Yeah. A lot of people were upset about a lot of people. It didn't bother me at all. It just was interesting to see. It did seem a little bit like, fam, why are you there? That ain't your teammate.
Well, they're friends. I don't know that he's banana boat friends.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's clutch. That's probably part of the reason. Once you clutch for life. It's like the NWO. I don't know. I didn't have it was a weird thing to say, but I get it. Like, you might never see it again. I understand. It's a weird thing to say, but it's a moment. I get it. I ain't mad at him for that. I think it's a dumb thing to say, but I ain't mad at him for it.
I mean, I'm not mad at him for it either. Like, it's whatever. Don't really bother me. But yeah, I just don't think it's that serious. That's like you know, I remember a buddy of mine who went to the Warriors' 73rd victory and was like, yo, I'm going to that game. He's not even a Warriors fan, but he's like, I'm going to that game. I get to witness history. Like so that's not a moment that I want to be there for. I feel that way a little bit about LeBron breaking the scoring record. Now, if he did it in Sacramento, obviously that'd be great. I'd love to be there to see it.
Yeah. Hey, D'Lo, Casey, we're going to have to use your credentials for someone else tonight. Sorry. Like, literally every media person on the planet here tonight. So, sorry, guys.
Like, I'd love to be there, but I don't know. I don't know if that's worthy of me leaving my team if I was Draymond Green.
So 73 didn't interest you. What about the same night? What about Kobe's?
Kobe absolutely interests me. Okay. That is something that's something if I was Draymond, LeBron's last game. Nah, yeah, I'm not gonna be there for that. I'm gonna go see LeBron's last game. Mm-hmm. That's that. Like the scoring thing. If I was his teammate, I'd be like, bro, what are you talking about? You're not gonna be here to go watch some all-time scoring moment.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's not in even remotely close to the same vein as those other two moments. Like there's finality in that. Like, and it's certainly a moment as a fan I'd love to be at it.
If it happens,
I was a
there,
player though. It's not like man, I like because you like if you were an ex teammate, then I get it. Like like if you're Kevin Love. And guy, who knows where Kevin Love will be playing next year? Like if you're, but if you're Kevin Love and the game isn't against it, I get Kevin Love going. No, I want to be there for that. Or if you're, not that Kyrie would do it, but I get Kyrie or whoever else is, Mo Williams, whoever, I get that. Draymond, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. What are you doing? Well, to be fair, though, if he likes it, I love it.
To be fair, all I saw was the transcribed version of it. I
saw the video clip of him doing it.
Okay, I'm not.
He's just like, I'm gonna tell Steve Kerr, if we have a game, I'm not gonna be there that day. I'm going to watch LeBron. Okay.
So
it's on brand.
So someone's gonna ask Steve Kerr about it, and I would love Steve Kerr to just go, Draymond's not going to be on this team next year. What are you talking about? we're off that, fam. We're good.
Remember when they got into it at halftime?
Oh yeah, but didn't they really get into it? Wasn't Draymond a little over the line?
Yeah, I heard he was definitely over the line.
Like it wasn't what we saw with Spo, and it wasn't what we saw in that video from the Heat. Like it was where people were coming out of that like, yo, that was. Draymond was way out of line the way he talked to
that's
Steve
the same
Kerr
things that I heard. I could believe that.
We've got Arkansas and Gonzaga coming up following the show, and Texas Tech and Duke. We've got you covered here on ESPN 1320 with the NCAA tournament tonight. I know you're excited.
Yeah, the San Francisco specifically has crazy 4-pack of teams, and then obviously University of Michigan, Juwan Howard, back at it, trying to get back to the Final Four, taking on Jay Wright and Villanova. Oof, it's a tall task.
Yeah,
it's a tall task. I love the way Villanova plays basketball under Jay Wright. They're going to be ready to go. What's
the
final? A couple years ago.
2018, right? Villanova.
Off-white.
Yeah, that's right.
Off-white went off on Michigan.
Yeah, it wasn't particularly close if I remember.
They beat the brakes off them boys.
It's dumb. It was dumb to even reference that. It's not like it's the same teams. it's not like it's the same
coaches.
Right.
Coach Beeline got us there.
That's right. That's right.
But you're talking about two teams that
I think Beeline's had an NBA job since then.
Oh, poor Beeline. Poor Beeline. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Things that didn't go well.
No. But Juwan Howard is going to have his guys ready to go. Jay Wright always has his teams ready to go. That's going to be a nice little battle. But you talk about San Francisco. I mean, the Zags getting in there, they're going to travel like crazy. Arkansas with Musselman, they're actually sneaky. They travel like crazy too. Arkansas still have some remnants of people who, were big on them with Nolan Richardson and 40 Minutes of Hell. And they got a little history on their side. So their fan base is going to be there. Obviously, Texas Tech is the little brother in this whole situation. But Duke is going to be in the building. And Duke is going to be in the building because it may be Coach K's final game of all time.
What was our stat yesterday? Duke is 0-3 in California.
0-4, something like that. This is.
Do you think this is it? You think this is it for Coach K tonight?
Texas Tech they're gonna be tough. They're gonna be ready to get after it. I think Duke wins tonight, and I gotta be honest with you. Kind of want to see Coach go to the Final Four.
Okay,
I do. It's none of my teams are affected. Like if he was in the same bracket as Michigan, obviously I'd want him to lose, right? But why not?
Be a good story.
Why not? Yeah.
I'm all about the story. I'm good with that.
Have him in the Final Four one last time. That'd be all good. It's made me think. We got next year first 2 rounds in Sacramento of the NCAA tournament. Can't wait for that. Countdown has already started in my head. Can't wait. But I was thinking the other day, I was like, man, why haven't the women come back here? I thought they did a great job when they came here. Well, did a little research. I don't know why it's so far away. 2026, the regional finals will be at the Golden One Center.
Oh, 2020. Cool. Countdown's on. What happens first?
Oh, my God.
The women's NCAA tournament? Or D'Lo and Casey can attend a company party?
The women's.
Yeah, it's probably true too.
The women's regional finals were here at the Golden One Center. At first I thought you were going to ask Kings make the playoffs or the women's.
Oh, do that too. So basically, it's what'd you say? 2026, 4 years. 2026, or Kings make the playoffs. Which happens first?
That's sad. 2026
really
would
is.
be.
It's sad because
2 years. No, what are we?
No.
4 years away.
No,
it'd be the 20th anniversary, right?
16. Oh yeah. Yep. Yep. How are we gonna celebrate if we get to 2026?
Parade, bro. Parade.
Yo, clip this and put it in a vault somewhere. How are we gonna celebrate if the Kings miss the playoffs?
Man. Nah, for real. Got to be a parade. We are doing everything. It would be absolutely ironic. I understand, but we are partying. Parade down J Street. It ain't gonna be no players, no Kings people involved, just fans. We're having our own parade down.
Maybe we can get Rick Ross to perform at that.
There we go.
The Not So Championship Parade, brought to you by Luke Belair and Ricky Rose.
Nah, I'm telling you right now, they did it for the 20th straight year. We're done waiting on this team to celebrate. We're going to celebrate on our own.
Jesse says Bronny James breaking the drought will be insane.
Didn't they, yeah, they did. They absolutely did. The Browns had a parade for 0-16. Browns fans.
Well, that's fine. With the 0-16, that was Hugh. Was that before the championship? The Cavaliers championship?
I think
was
so.
That prior to I can't remember what year Hugh Jackson.
My guess is it was. Yeah.
This is sad.
Oh, that's another good one. Aldrin J. What happens first? Kings make the playoffs or Sac State makes the tournament? Sac State finished strong this year. I think they won like 7 of their last 9 games, and they won a game in the Big Sky tournament. I don't know. Maybe Sac State goes first.
Oh, my. Well, there you have it. There you have it. One and done tournaments are exciting. And that was a news flash. That's breaking news. That's why I'm on the radio, pal. The Browns loser parade was in 2018. So it was in fact after the
so they were all happy at
2018. Yeah, no wonder they were they were 2 years removed from no big deal.
Everything's good. It's so funny we went 0-16.
I don't remember how many people were there. I don't remember the specifics of it. I remember there were a lot of people at the parade. I think this whole city would turn out if we had a 20-year parade.
Oh, you think that farewell to Arco thing was popping? Let us not make the playoffs for 20 years. It's lit.
Well, the parade would be even more popping because we would only do it once. We wouldn't do like you did like 10 farewells to Arco. Like we wouldn't have to do that. It would just be one. Seeing all these social media posts of like, how many goddamn times are we going to say goodbye to this place? Oh, we're saying goodbye to the old barn. Like, again, just burn it down. What are we doing? Got to say goodbye. Got to give it a proper goodbye. It was a freaking COVID hospital. Get out of there. Get away. What are you doing? Well, they put the Kings logo down on the court for everybody. Cool, bro. Like, I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. I guess I'm just cranky because that place doesn't like everyone. Oh, it's so much significance to me. Really? That's awesome. Not me.
Yeah,
Not a lick. All I think about is how when I got into the business, the Kings were good and they didn't want to give us any tickets, despite the fact we were in the same family. And then all of a sudden, no one wants to go to their games anymore. And they're like, hey, KSFM, how would you like to give away tickets on your show? Hey, kiss my ass. Where were you 4 years ago when people actually wanted to watch you? I think I've been bitter against that organization for like 20 years.
Yeah.
I'm worse than Kenny, man. I need to let stuff go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Yeah. I'm like Kenny, man. I got to let it go. This is a great Sacktown Tony may have had his greatest message ever. What happens first? Kings make the playoffs or Arco makes a graceful exit? Sacktown Tony, you are back in our good graces, my man. Oh man, that is good stuff. I'm convinced Arco's never making a graceful exit. It's going to be around forever.
They have another farewell when they blow it up.
That's what I wanted. That's what I thought we were going to see when I saw these. What, like, I was like, wait, don't blow it up. Vlade and Doug are in there. Like, what are we doing? Like, there are people. Good God, there's people in there, as good old JR would say. But no, there was no detonation, no crumbling of the.
When they got rid of Candlestick Park, the last game was everybody's goodbyes.
Yeah.
When they started tearing it down piece by piece, which was pretty sad to see, by the way. I remember that. They didn't have another farewell.
What's it? Were they stealing seats? At Candlestick?
Yeah,
like,
I think they stole some seats. I think something happened where they were checking people's bags as they came in, not for any weapons, but for tools that could unscrew the seats so nobody could take them.
Could you move that 45 to the side? You got a screw that looked like a screwdriver in there. We'll move that switchblade over, ma'am. I'm trying to see does that switchblade have a Phillips head on it? Because just need to be sure. But didn't they say like there was another event after the game? Like, don't take the seats out. Don't tear this place up. There's another event after the game.
For a Candlestick?
A Candlestick, yeah.
The
game wasn't the last event there.
Ever, yeah.
They were begging people, don't take it apart. Like, we need this stuff. There's another event coming. It's still weird all these years later to drive by that and it's not there.
It's sad. It really now that is sad.
It is.
It is. They definitely should have.
It's just also it's weird. Like I look at Candle. Oh, no, it's not there.
I used to see the light tower, as I'm going down. I don't know what that is, 880 or whatever, and to see nothing there it's pretty trash. Did you ever go to the Cow Palace? I never did.
I'd never been to the Cow Palace. No,
never been there either. I was going to say
the last event at Candlestick was a Paul McCartney concert. That's spectacular.
Paul McCartney opening and closing.
I guess so.
Stadiums and arenas.
I guess so.
Brings them out.
That's amazing. How can we shut this place down? Give me a Beatle. How can we open this place up? Give me a Beatle. Not my bag, man, but people love it.
Drake already
I know one Paul McCartney
hits
song.
Than the Beatles.
I know one Paul McCartney song.
Drake told us he got more hits than the Beatles, and nobody argued him. Everybody's like, well, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know. Ain't nobody dropping Beatle bars. So I don't know.
Beatle bars.
Ain't nobody dropping. Ain't nobody like, let me get this Beatle riff for the Kings win. Oh man.
There ain't no YouTube handles that are Beatle bars.
No, they ain't out there.
Bars. That's so disrespectful to the past. The new hotness always.
The Beatles have just never been my vibe. Like I get, like there isn't a type of like it's not like, oh, I hate that type of music. There isn't a type of music I don't like. Like if the music is good, regardless of the genre, I could find some country songs I like. Like it's there. I dig it. I've tried repeatedly. Like, yo, what's that? You put on the Essentials. Okay, that didn't do it. The White Album, that didn't do it. Like it's not for me.
I've never heard a Beatles song, and I'm just saying it's just my bag. I've never heard a Beatles song where I was like, that's kind of hot. Like it's not really my lane, it's not my genre, but I could see how people really like that song when it came. Never heard one Beatles song where I said that.
None.
Not one.
No.
Have you, since this whole segment has not been about sports, it's already done. You know what I mean? Have you ever heard like how the songs that were made in like the 60s and 70s and all the instruments, the real instruments that are played, how there's a connection to like the human brain, and it gives like good vibes and good feelings.
You mean, wait, say that again?
So like they play like, you know, a random, the Isley Brothers, and they're using real guitars, and you know, and those sounds give like waves or something through like to your ears, to your brain, and it gives you like it's supposed to give like positive vibes. It's a real
So
thing.
I heard something similar but different. That it was something along the lines that in like music is tied to like the era, like the era that you loved music the most. It'll always like resonate differently with you. So like if we're talking late 90s hip hop or early 90s hip hop, or for me like New Jack Swing or something like that. When you hear that, it hits those waves.
I could believe that too. I only bring that up because, you know, I get that feeling when I do hear older music, like from 70s, right? Like I wasn't even alive. It doesn't register with me. But there's a certain nostalgic wave that comes through. And you know who does that really well is Silk Sonic. When I hear them and the way their music is, it
has
sends
a
me
vibe
to a place that I wasn't even around for, but it takes me there, right? They hit it perfectly.
Well, we better get back on track or we're going to be sent to an entirely different place. We'll come back. Olivia Christian joins us and we'll talk Kings as well when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. That's going on the best of show from 4 to 6 right there. Just put that joint on there. Yeah, put that joint. Yeah, put that joint out there. This is a series, right, Warren? This is a series that dropped on Peacock. It's not one show, right? Like they dropped the whole series today. I got Peacock running in front of me right now. Y'all thought I was playing like that's legit. My new thing is I just run old WWE shows in the background of the show now. 8 different episodes. Yeah, that's what I thought. And I think they all dropped today. Yeah, there it is. Evil Peacock season 1. Yeah, you better watch it before they take them all down. Oh, so to answer your question, Warren, I'm absolutely watching this. Hulk Hogan, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, The Miz, Sasha Banks, the Brothers of Destruction. Get out of here. Randy Orton, that'll be a good one. Stephanie McMahon. I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I think Stephanie McMahon is a very good heel. Ric Flair and Roman Reigns. Who does more lying, Ric Flair or Hulk Hogan? Yeah. Yeah, Hogan's going to lie way more. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely I'm definitely watching this one. Who's back? Is it really? Wow, Atlanta's back. What was Atlanta? Hulu, I think. Oh, yeah. If Atlanta's back, it's going down. What is this? Mid-South? Like, why do they make this app so freaking complicated? NXT 2.0. That is just a strange logo to me. I love, so you know what's funny about NXT 2.0 is, isn't Dolph Ziggler their champion? And didn't they just send Tim alerted me to this? Didn't they just send Bobby Roode down there? and he came out to the Glorious theme the other night. So what's funny about that is when they reset NXT and created NXT 2.0, they were like, yeah, it's strictly for development. We're not going to have, there's not going to be any Shinsuke Nakamura's here. There's not going to be any Kevin Owens there's not going to be any guys like that. Like it's all development. And then I think they realized, yeah, this is ass. Let's just bring Dolph Ziggler down here to fix it. And now Bobby Roode is there. And now it's becoming what it was that you screwed up a few months ago. Dude, it wasn't easy to find it, by the way. But it does look like they have it at their little scroll at the top. If you would think it would be the feature thing, but no. NXT UK is the feature thing. But if you scroll a little bit, you can find the series. Yeah, sure. Like I feel like we do the house show all day. Like we talk about wrestling all day. I'm thinking about bringing the house show back as a podcast, though. I'm gonna check with Danny in San Francisco, PDX, and see what they think about that. But thinking about bringing the house show back as a podcast, like a full-on weekly wrestling podcast. Which means I'll have to pay a lot closer attention than I do. Man, are they... He's still in there, right? We should just call him one day at 9. See if he answers. He is kind of big time. Why do they call this the most stupendous two-night WrestleMania? Why do they call that? Like that's absurd. I am watching it though. I don't want to frame it like I am watching both nights. I'm watching both nights. I'm planning my food like it's the Super Bowl. Like it's still We talk about music giving you those nostalgia vibes. Even a bad WrestleMania gives me the nostalgia vibes. Until of course we get like 5 hours into it and I'm like, God, just fucking just end.
What it's next weekend, right?
It's next weekend, yeah. Yep.
Wow, that's tough. Next Saturday is Final Four.
Appreciate you so much for being with us. You want to get in on these phone lines, man, you definitely can. 916-349-1320. We got coverage of the NCAA tournament coming up immediately following our show. Arkansas and Gonzaga, as well as Texas Tech and Duke. We'll have some whip around coverage as well of everything going on. So we've got you covered.
You think this is the end for Coach K?
Don't. Nope.
Think he gets into Final Four?
Get through tonight. Yep. I think. Well. We'll get to the Elite Eight first. I think they'll get to tonight. Let me see how they look tonight. No, I think there's a feel to that squad. Like I don't think it's crazy that they get to a Final Four. I don't think it's crazy at all.
Not at all. Not at all. They're definitely throughout the season one of the top teams in the country.
But it's a matchup tonight. Like they gotta. Yeah. You think there are any? Well, I know you're pulling for an upset, but do you think there's any upsets? And there's some number one seeds playing tonight, but like, Arkansas taking Gonzaga? Because one of us might have had Houston beating Arizona in their bracket. That was definitely me.
I think I look at the Gonzaga team. And for whatever reason, I always feel like Gonzaga can be susceptible. No, I was gonna say suspect.
Oh,
no, I was gonna say suspect, but it was suspect moments against Power 5 conferences.
Mm-hmm.
And Arkansas has a coach and Eric Musselman that's going to have those guys ready to go. They're going to be physical. And we saw a little bit of that against Memphis, and they were able to hold up. But there's just always a part of me when I see Gonzaga going up against those Power Fives. I'm like, is this the night? That they get pushed around a little bit. So Arkansas would probably, as far as the games tonight, Arkansas would be my bet, even above my Michigan Wolverines, as somebody that could pull off the upset.
Okay. And I wasn't kidding. I have Houston beating Arizona. Why, you ask?
Yeah,
I don't know. I have no idea. Give me a break. Like, I just didn't think it was going to go like a bunch of number ones or a bunch of number twos. Obviously, that's the case, as there's already been some turnover in both of those slots. But and Houston there's probably, I mean, Duke is another one. Michigan's another one. I don't know how I wound up on a Houston game this year, but I feel like Houston is one of the few teams, and Duke's the other one, Michigan's another one, that I watched, like Gonzaga's another one, that I watched an entire game of. I think the people who I selected to go to the Final Four are teams that I watched for an entire game. Like, no, I know this squad. No, I know this team. No, we're ready to go. And I'm not talking about reading about or watching highlights or a condensed version. I'm talking about sitting down and watching the game. No, I know this team. No, Houston. No. Y'all don't know. They're legit. Y'all been watching highlights. I watched a game. That's how I wound up with Houston beating Arizona tonight, because I'm an idiot. Oh no, they're legit for sure.
Yeah, I like Houston team. Kelvin Sampson has those guys ready.
Arizona,
I like those guys.
Arizona regularly winds up here in these top seeds in the tournament. That's something. That's something.
Absolutely. Hey,
so we've got you
covered
here tonight.
From that, I want to give a big shout out to UNC Wilmington, as they outlasted Middle Tennessee in double overtime to win the CBI men's basketball tournament.
Oh, good. That's good, because we were definitely wondering. It's
a championship, right? It's a postseason tournament. They got to show some respect.
Tomorrow's tournament games are going to be just as exciting, but on the women's side, South Carolina, North Carolina, Texas, Ohio State.
I told you my point guard over at UNC. I want to see what she does against South Carolina.
You want to see what she does against Leah Boston. The truth over there in South Carolina. There's some tomorrow's going to be a fun. Tomorrow is a grade A basketball day. There's going to be multiple screens playing men's and women's games tomorrow for sure. Olivia Christian's going to join us here.
My girl Paige, she plays on Saturday.
Paige is Saturday. Yep.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Paige is Saturday, but there's plenty of good basketball to watch tomorrow for sure. And there was last night, depending on, what side of the win-lose team that you're on here, as the Kings beat the Pacers 110-109. Damian Jones with the putback, took a Trey Lyles three, put it back to give the Kings the 1-point win. Of course, that all became available shortly after Buddy Hield dribbled the ball off his foot. Buddy Hield was a big topic of conversation last night on social media, and again here on D-Lo and KC, as Buddy said following the game, that he was he was just a stand in the corner guy, catch and shoot over in Sacramento, and now he's free. Finally, free, Buddy, but fly, Buddy, fly. I got a bird for Buddy all right after that comment.
Oh, wow.
Come on, Buddy. Go Stone Cold Steve Austin style, but like, Buddy, come on, man. Like and again, you can say these things when you're talking about Sacramento, because everyone will believe it and everybody knows what a mess that the Sacramento Kings are or can be. And it's like, it's that's right. Yeah, Buddy's free. What was old boy Jacoby's line when they were talking about you traded Tyrese Halliburton and Buddy Hield? Like Jacoby, calm down, bro. But there's this perception of Buddy Hield, and I think part of it is because he won. And I genuinely mean this. I don't mean this as a shot. I think there's this perception of Buddy Hield because he won the 3-point contest, or because when you look at statistics, when you look at made threes, you see his name next to Steph Curry, and it's like, there's a lot of context behind each one of those 3-pointers he made. There's a lot of context behind each one of those 3-pointers he took, but that was a conversation coming out of the game. Well, I
was just gonna say, and to be fair, I'm not really worried about being fair, but I'm just being shown the other side. We talked about earlier I haven't watched a lot of Indiana Pacers basketball. Matter of fact, I've watched virtually none of it. But you look at the numbers, and I'm like, well, Buddy seems to be playing well in Indiana, right? And then you dive deeper into the numbers. The numbers are worse than they were in Sacramento. If you're watching them every night, you see some of the some of the warts that he has, then we understand it. But much like Dave Jacoby, when he was with the Kings, and Dave Jacoby wasn't watching the Sacramento Kings, he'd just see the numbers and be like, Buddy Hield, and Buddy Hield. Like, he'd see that.
And Buddy Hield.
So maybe now we're on the other side of that now, where we're not watching these guys and we're just looking at the numbers and thinking Buddy's doing all right. And then in actuality, he's dribbling the ball off his foot to end the game.
He is, in fact, dribbling the ball off his foot to end the game. And he didn't hit us with a my bad. He hit us with a that was my mistake, which was totally calculated on his part, as was the addition of Olivia Christian here. This is the long lost sister of Katie. Olivia would have told Katie, no, abort the Bill Cosby reference. Don't do it. Don't do it. Leave. We welcome in Olivia Christian. I think it's because Kenny's habit of saying Christian, it's just stuck in my head. Plus, we were talking about Katie earlier, and now it's just out there. And
Kenny's like, why you gonna call me out like that? I only did it a couple times.
Bringing up the past. I can never grow past my mistakes.
You gotta throw the heat elsewhere when you make a mistake. I saw it on Twitter once. Never mind. That's a long story. I'll tell you all about that one later. You're listening to KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove, Dodge. Olivia's already regretting this. Like, why am I here? Well, why did I sign up to do this?
Damian was like, I would never get Olivia's name. I remember back in the day when Kenny would get Olivia's name wrong all the time. I'd be the one to say that's not okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Honestly, that's the mistake that a lot of people make. So I'm not mad at you. It happens a lot. I don't know why people. I'm like the religion, like the religion.
I also know your last name is something else. So like that always it's just not a natural flow of your name. That's what it is.
All right. You guys what are you drinking? What is that? Is there some?
It's green. It's green juice. Would you? No, there is no Bel Air here. I assure you. Are poofy dresses your thing? If we were.
When I put this dress on, I was like, they are going to say something about my poofy sleeve. I knew it ahead of time, but I didn't.
That's her bag. That's her lane.
Yeah, like Casey's, wears hats.
Yeah.
I don't think I have a thing. If you look at
my hoods too when I have the hoodies on.
If you look at the book I show my ankles. That's my thing.
I was going to say you're an ankle shower.
I'm an ankle short. If you look at Olivia's book over her shoulder, you see a big poofy dress. You posted something on an IG story. It was like, oh, I want this dress. It was a big poofy dress.
Yeah, but it didn't have poofy sleeves. I just like poof because you know what you can do? You can eat pizza and Doritos and no one has any idea how big your belly is under those poofy dresses. It's fantastic. That is what I do.
Poofy dresses.
Poofy dresses.
I'm with it. What did you did you happen to hear Buddy's remarks, by the way, after the game? That's what we were talking about. Like in this, it's a part of the conversation. Just bringing it in. Did you happen to catch Buddy's remarks last night following the game?
I did. Apparently, the Kings were constraining him, holding him back from doing what he had to do. He was stuck in a corner. Never put baby in a corner.
Never. Or buddy. No babies and no buddies in the corner.
But now he's free. And obviously that's not true. Let's go to the videotape.
Right. The endless hours of videotape.
Yeah, we determined that was a lie. Rest in peace to Maury Povich show.
Not the father. But if that's what he wants to, the story he wants to tell himself and, sideline reporters or whomever, that's fine. I'm like, well, if that helps you get motivated for what you're trying to do, because we all want Buddy to be successful. Any athlete in the league, I want them to do well, to find their calling, to find their role, to find the team where they can best be themselves. play to their strengths. And if that's what you need to tell yourself, that's fine. Again, we know the truth, but if you need to tell yourself that, that's fine.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you. I mean, in the way I feel, I think Damian feels the same way. I know it will towards Buddy. Like, Buddy, go out and have a great career, play another 10 years and do whatever. And like you said, if that's the way he sees it in Sacramento, and it's going to allow him to move on and continue his career and have a good outlook wherever he goes following Sacramento, so be it. It's no big deal, man. It really isn't. So.
No, I texted Damian last night. I was like, I forgot how much I didn't miss hearing the broadcaster say, "Oh, Buddy could get hot anytime. He can get hot anytime." I'm like, oh my gosh, I haven't heard that in so many weeks. I forgot how much I hated it. And what a relief it is to watch games and not hear that, especially when it very rarely comes true. He doesn't always, go in fuego, but they're always ready for it.
They're always ready for it, just in case.
Now I will say this. I'll ask this question just in this one game because we haven't seen him play all his games with the Pacers. But did he look like he was playing a different style of basketball to you last night? To talk about his point where he just felt like he was just a catch and shoot guy. Did it look like he was doing some things different? To me, there are moments when I did see him attack the basket more than I ever saw him attack in Sacramento. Do stuff off the dribble that allowed him to, get into the paint. I thought that was a little different. I feel like he probably could have done that in Sacramento and chose not to, but I don't know. Maybe he was told not to.
Yeah, well, there were flashes. Everybody was doing a little bit of something last night. It was a big game for both teams. Both, the guys who were traded for each other wanted to make a statement. So at times they did things that were out of character and they were successful at doing it. Sometimes they weren't. And sometimes you fall back into your old tendencies, like creating turnovers where turnover should not have existed. But yeah, generally, I think they were who they have always been on both sides of the floor.
It's funny that I don't know that we've mentioned Tyrese Halliburton's name once today. We're 3 hours into the show, and I don't know that Tyrese has been a focal point. And by the way, nor should he be. The only reason Buddy is a focal point of the conversation today is because of the post game remarks. He played fine. He shot well. He did a lot of things well for them. Tyrese Halliburton didn't shoot well, but he was dishing the ball all over the place. Mm-hmm. Our focus is on the Kings. The only reason Buddy became a topic of conversation is because he said something about his time in Sacramento that had every Kings fans extremely confused, thinking they had fallen into the sunken place during the Buddy Hield time and not quite understood what was going on. But the Kings won last night, and there are positives on the Kings end. Most of all, I think Davion Mitchell. We're going to get into give and go with Maybach O coming up here in just a couple of minutes or so. But as we, look ahead here to a stretch of what is almost certainly, Olivia, meaningless basketball, one of the things Kenny and I were really excited to see with De'Aaron almost certainly out the remainder of the way, Domantas Sabonis almost certainly out the remainder of the way, is what can Davion Mitchell do with a clearly defined role and an opportunity to lead this version of the Sacramento Kings.
I think he's been amazing. And I think he needed that clear role and understanding when he was coming into the game for him to set himself up mentally, to prepare himself to do the things that he needed to do as a leader on the floor. He feels, when I look at him, he's always been energetic, right? Especially on defense. He's dug in on that, but he feels to me, or he looks to me, to be free. He's, playing into his strengths, and then he's also kind of pushing himself, I think, making fadeaway jumpers with the clock winding down and taking step back threes. He's building his confidence by playing more, and you can only build your confidence when you have more time on the floor. So it's really great for him right now to be getting these minutes, and the players around him to get minutes with him, establish some habits and some tendencies, and understand, without having to say anything, being able to communicate with each other on the court. It's so important. And I'm glad that he's getting this time, and I'm glad the players around him are also getting that time, and they're getting a little bit of a rotation of people to play with each other and to get that experience, to get that time in. It's great for him.
Do you feel like it's as simple with him as just not having a defined role and something that he can rely on every night when you talk about minutes and and where he's playing on the court, where the shots are coming. Is it as simple as that for him, where if he gets that on a consistent, regular basis, he can produce games as efficient as he has lately?
I think for him, yes. I think every player needs something different potentially. Some people thrive off of just like get in the game, get out there, do what you got to do, create chaos, disrupt whatever's happening and get in and get out. And other players need to know what's happening. They need to have some structure around them. They plan ahead. Maybe who knows what they're doing the night before, visualizing their success or getting their body in a position to be able to go for 35 to 40 minutes as opposed to 5 minutes here or there. And it's important for coaches to be able to understand what will motivate players and how to put them in a position to be successful. It's clear to me. I mean, he had to go through this season. There are a lot of ups and downs. He had to figure out his role within the team, and that included how he would be used. And for him to be able to get to a point now where he's doing what he's doing. One thing
I think I love about Davion that's just funny about him, and anyone who's ever heard him talk, even last night, I don't feel like Davion thinks about anything but basketball.
Yeah.
Like, Davion, do you got a favorite song? Basketball by Curtis Blow. It's like everything he talks about centers on, even as he was answering questions last night, he was talking about Richaun Holmes and working out and extra training and all this stuff. It's like, yeah, this dude is he is living the game.
Yeah, and when you're a young player like that, that's what you're like, right? You've been living and breathing this dream for so long. You're finally in the game. You have this time to make a mark and to claim your spot in the roster and to show up in a certain way. Like you're eating and drinking this stuff and you're taking it all in. And I know when they were playing the Suns, he had some time to sit next to CP3 and they were talking, and he's open and available for these conversations. He wants to feed off of all of this information, and hopefully, he can sustain that hunger. I mean, but in time, all people, as you get older, you start having families and things like that. You get some distractions. You find other hobbies. But when you're young in the game, I would imagine, you want all that stuff. You'll talk to whoever. You'll train as hard as you can, and you'll put it all out there on the floor. So he's doing, I think, exactly what we as fans expect him to do, and then some, by how well he's playing.
Unrelated, Casey, I think Chris Paul is back tonight.
Yeah, he is. Yep. It's Denver. I think they play Denver tonight. They're getting ready. They could clinch the number 1 seed tonight.
Okay.
Phoenix can. So Phoenix is gearing up. We've heard James Ham talk about, I would like to know what you think, where the Davion being so locked in to playing basketball and getting better and things of that nature, almost it gets to the point where it's like somebody's like, hey, you need a mental and physical break. Like, don't play basketball. We're going to lock the door. Like, you can't get in. Like, go do something else real quick. Do you believe in that? Like with some of these athletes where they can't, you can work out too much. You can engulf yourself in the sport and what's going on too much to the point where it becomes a hindrance to your ability to get better.
I think it can be dangerous for a player, especially physically, if they're pushing their body too hard and, working out, lifting weights and like doing that kind of damage. Your body definitely needs time to heal and recover. But like I said, I think Davion is in a place right now where he's trying. I mean, we don't have that many weeks left. Like, he's going to go hard at it. He'll, get that time off in the spring and summer to rejuvenate, relax, play some video games, I imagine. Travel a little bit, but
probably just play basketball.
Probably play basketball. Probably. NBA 2K. Like, I don't know what he's going to do, but he's super young, and I want him to continue to do what he's doing because I think it's helping him grow in confidence, but to be mindful of the impacts that it happens on your body, like your knees, your elbows, your back, all that stuff is important. But players these days, I mean, they have so many coaches around them. They have so many people who are helping them with their diet, their nutrition, recovery.
But those are things he probably hasn't learned yet. Like, I feel like older players get it. Like, we just referenced Chris Paul. You just referenced Chris Paul. I feel like those players get it. The LeBron James guys get it. As you get older, the Ray Allens, you figure that stuff out. I don't know that any kid, and I know what's Davion, 23, 22?
Yeah.
I think he's still, I know he's a little older than other rookies, but I think he's still probably like, oh, 23, I got this. What you mean?
Yeah. Well, and that's why you have to have a good team around you. And he's to kind of talk to about that stuff. But he's going to do what he wants to do. He's a grown man. We'll see what happens.
We got Give and Go with Maybach O coming up. We're going to talk more on the Kings. We're going to talk NCAA tournament and a couple of heavier things we got to talk about as well, if you're good with that. I want to mention this tweet from Shams because all is right with the world. The Kobe Bryant estate and Nike have reached a deal to continue a partnership. Vanessa Bryant announced today Nike is donating 100% of net proceeds to Gianna Bryant's shoes to Mamba and Mambacita Sports Foundation, and sides will establish a youth basketball center in Southern California. That had to get done, and I'm very happy that it did. Those two need to be partners, and they need to be partners for a very long time. So that's good news for sneakerheads and Kobe Bryant fans for sure. We'll come back more with Olivia Christian as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Did you read up on the Richaun stuff? Did you follow that?
Yeah.
So I think we put Richaun in a box though. So I'm going to bring up Richaun and then we'll get into the Deshaun stuff that you noted here. And then we'll just go to we'll get into Give and Go right after that.
Okay.
And I'll follow your lead there.
I feel like every week I'm talking about something pretty heavy.
That's all right.
That's where my mind is all the time.
You're not here to be. We've been cracking jokes for 3 hours. Like, hey, we need your vibe, your spin. Like, that's the whole point.
Beginning
Supreme Court nominee hearings for the last 3 days because I'm a nerd and I like that stuff.
Yeah, that'll put you in a bad mood though.
Yeah, but it's kind of like Teams Twitter. If you find, I use Twitter for sports and politics. If you have a community, you can find people to have your outlet with. And like you get information like, oh, I'm not crazy. We're all screaming and wanting to throw our phones because this guy's a jacket. Okay, good. It's the same thing. So, but I had to do some extra reps in the gym to get some of that anger out from what I did. Super depressing.
So beginning April 1st, Go to One Center will no longer require people attending their games and events to provide a proof of a negative COVID test or vaccination status in compliance with updated health and safety guidelines from the state.
That was a swift subject change, but I like it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if we're there.
I guess it's over.
Yeah, that's literally everything back to normal.
Vaccines and treatments we're in a different place. I think people are responding in the way. Like at this point, if you want to, put on a mask or something and you're vaccinated and boosted and all that stuff, and you want to go out, that's what you're up against.
Yeah.
Oh,
you know what I was going to reference earlier when we were talking about the fair? We just keep it on the stream and leave it off the radio. Remember Black Family Night at the fair?
Oh, hell yeah.
And how it almost always ended bad.
Oh, hell yeah.
Every year. It's like, all right, you're going knowing something's going to happen, but you're going anyways.
So the last time they had a designated Black Family Night, I don't think I went to the fair. I think I was just at Cal Expo. And even I was like, yeah, they've got to do something different.
Yes.
This is not like they completely lost control. The people who came there for all the wrong reasons, right? Like they were out of control.
Yeah. Are you do you like amusement parks or fairs or stuff?
Yes, I love it. Yeah.
Are you a Disneyland? I mean, I know you're not close to it, but are you a Disneyland regular? Do you go to Universal Studios?
I went once as a kid, never back. But my brother who lives in Minnesota, his wife works for the Mall of America. And in the Mall of America, they have a full-on amusement park, giant roller coasters. And they're like a Nickelodeon area for little kids where my niece goes. But then there are other giant ones that I make my brother go on and he screams his brains out. And I'm just like, yeah, I love it.
Oh.
Great America, Santa Cruz Boardwalk.
Dog. Too high for me.
Too high?
I don't like heights.
I didn't know Mall of America had an amusement park in it. The only thing I've ever been to in Minnesota is the airport, and it's a fantastic airport.
It's good, yeah.
It's a really good airport, but I've never been to
I
anything
went
outside
to
that.
the mall. I went to the mall one time. I went to my one time in Minneapolis. I went to an Outkast concert. That's where I went to the Outkast concert.
Oh, wow. That's random. Is that the only place you could get tickets? How'd that happen?
Like I went there for, I think it was a wedding, and my cousin, I just got in there like an hour or two before, and I was 19, 20 years old. And he was like, hey, we got extra tickets for this Outkast concert tonight. You want to go? I was, at the time, I was like, yo, Outkast is cool, but I wasn't like a huge Outkast fan. I was like, yeah, I ain't doing nothing else. Let's go. And then I went to the concert, and that like turned me into, yo, these guys are amazing. And I just went all in. But
we're coming back, Casey. Sorry. My apologies to those on the stream. I had to cut Kenny off. It turns out Front Row Kenny has been around for a lot longer than any of us have been aware of. But I had to.
Shout out to Alvarez. You know what I'm saying? He took me. The other part of that story was I was like 20 years old afterwards. And it was, imagine if like there was a concert at the Golden One Center and, oh, we're trying to do something afterwards. We're trying to get into Tiger or something like that. And I was like, yeah, I'm trying to roll. And they're like, well, this kid, he's 20. So we actually, Alvarez looks like, who does he doesn't look like me. I'll put it to you like that. I can't even think of a comp, but he doesn't look like me. Right. And we came up with the idea of trying to pass the ID back. He gets in with his ID, pass it backwards to me, and let me try to use his ID and get in. It's as if like, he doesn't look like this guy, but it's as if Farouk was like, here, use my ID. It was just completely off, and it didn't work at all. And we almost got his ID taken, but we got it back.
Okay.
I remember RL was hanging out down there. I guess he's from Minnesota. RL from Next. He was hanging out. Really short.
Yeah, Kenny at an Outkast concert in Minnesota it wasn't on my D-Lo and Casey bingo card today. So that's solid. Still, I got a bingo if Kenny references something he did as a 7-year-old, but other than that, man, and the prize money's going to Jesse here today. Olivia Christian, 1320 host and contributor with us here for the final hour of the show. We're going to get back into the Kings. In fact, we're going to get into Give and Go with Maybach O here in just a minute. I'm going to reach over here and open up the box for a second because I'm curious to get your perspective, Olivia, on the Richaun Holmes thing, the Richaun Holmes article that came out from the Sacramento Bee yesterday, and I'm just a different perspective. I'm curious what you thought of that.
Well, the article itself, I thought was kind of all over the place. And there were a lot of questions that are in the process of being answered and asked at this point. We don't have a lot of information. But from that article, we learned that the team apparently knew that things were going on with Richaun and his ex-wife and his child. And that is why he's stepping away from the team for the last part of the season. And then we learned again from that article about what was involved with that. And, you know, with that happening, it started making me think about what players and teams are obligated to do, you know, in terms of putting that business out there, right? Richaun wasn't arrested for anything. And this is a business, right? The Kings are a team. We have expectations of them to perform on the team. They have an organization. It's not necessarily their duty, in my mind, to do an investigation. They are not police. They're not detectives. They may have some things in terms of HR, some rules around how conduct should happen and, you know, what's involved with employees. But it started just making me think about the role of an organization. What do we expect out of professional leagues versus what we expect out of everyday corporations, and what their standards are for their employees. And it led me to, I was on Twitter a couple of days ago, I think it was earlier in the week, and Michelle Beadle, she used to be on ESPN. She was the host of Get Up and then the NBA show, and she's been gone for a few years, but she's got a podcast, and she put out a snippet from the podcast talking about Deshaun Watson. I'm like, we went from Richaun Holmes to Deshaun Watson. This conversation obviously has been going on for a while. And his deal with the Browns for $230 million guaranteed. And there's a lot of conversation, especially from women who are working in sports right now, about whether or not the NFL likes women. Do they care about these women who have these allegations against players, and why are they continuing to sign players, and why aren't they doing the investigations? And so for a while, I've been thinking about all this stuff, but it kind of came to, as I said earlier, a team when I was thinking about what is the role of this employer, NFL, these individual teams, and why do we have such big expectations for them to act any differently than any other employer or employees? Now, my boyfriend is a firefighter, and years ago, there was something in the news about what was going on with his department, and I think the firefighters were in trouble for like marijuana use. They're all drug tested. And I remember asking him, like, oh, is there a lot of drug use and stuff in the stations? Like, what do you guys talk about? And I was like, firefighters are like normal people. Whatever percentage of the population is doing drugs or alcohol or any other crime, it's happening in the fire department. They're not, angels just because they put out fires and they help rescue you from accidents and this and that. Like, we don't always know that they're involved in these things that aren't great, but I don't put them on this pedestal that they're better than. And I was like, oh yeah, of course. Why would they be any different than the general public? And I feel that, like, for whatever reason, professional athletes who are typically very young, right? They're like early 20s, early 30s. We have a lot of expectations for them, how they conduct themselves. In addition to being the best that they are in the game, we also ask them to be philanthropists. Why aren't you going back to your community and starting a camp and feeding the homeless? Like, all right, let me go do that. And why are you raising a family and being an activist? And, we put a lot of expectations on these young players, but then we also ask them to change, the organization that they work with and the chemistry of their teams and the players that make up them. And I just feel like it's a lot, especially when, as individuals in a collective society, we do not do that for other employers. We make exceptions when it's convenient for us. We know that a lot of the corporations that we spend money on buying shirts and shoes and food and getting, on our apps to have something delivered to us, they're not all great companies, right? They're making hand over fist. They're not treating their employees the best. A lot of them aren't making a living wage, don't get healthcare, but we kind of let that go a lot of times because it's convenient for us. But for whatever reason, we have these high expectations, in my estimation, with these players to be amazing human beings above and beyond. But in fact, they're just like the firefighters I was describing. There's going to be a portion of them that aren't great. And it's usually a very small portion, very small percentage of these players that aren't doing great things. But I don't know why we put such heavy expectation on them to be these exemplary human beings, especially at a young age when you're trying to find yourself and have that small window of opportunity to make money, feed your family, feed the huge team that is supported by you, your lawyers, your doctors, all of those folks. You have a lot on your shoulders already. I'm not saying that we shouldn't expect them to do well by the people around them. I'm not saying you get off with, we're okay with you beating up your girlfriend or your wife. Of course, I'm not an idiot. I wouldn't say that. But I'm just saying I do think we put a lot of pressure on people, on professional athletes, to be above and beyond when we don't do that for other people and other employers. And that is my soliloquy.
Or other companies that we support, which I thought was a great. There's a whole series that actually every time the trailer hits, it plays right before I watch an episode of Billions. It's about the creator of Uber. And it like you start looking at these things and you hear all of these stories about Amazon, and it's like, you're boycotting your 2-hour delivery. Like you're that upset with the working conditions at Amazon that you canceled your Amazon Prime subscription so you can get that new toilet wand that you needed delivered tomorrow within the next 24 hours. Like it's, yeah, I think that's such a great point. And I wonder, and I'm not stating this, like I'm legitimately asking this, and there are a variety of athletes that get in trouble. I feel like, man, I think in some cases that there is a racial component to it, but I also think there's a a financial component. I think fans are so invested in athletes that many of them look at it when one of them, like an athlete, does something wrong. It's people look at it almost like, after all I did for you,
I know.
like
Yeah.
after buying your jersey, after doing like, and I know a lot of this is because of the Colin Kaepernick stuff is ringing in my head, and they're not necessarily the same thing. But that was after all of the support I've given you, you do that after the jerseys and the games and the popcorn and the parking and all after all I've invested in you. It's like he's a kid who dropped out of college and you lost your tuition money. There's almost in fantasy sports plays an aspect in this. There's an ownership, I think, that fans have of professional athletes, which weighs into some of the questions that you just asked, Olivia.
Yeah, I completely agree. I definitely think there's this idea that we are allowing you as fans, we are allowing you to make money off of this game. So now we own you on and off the floor, off the court, off the field, wherever you are. And when you disappoint us, we can burn your jersey in the backyard. Like, well, whatever, that's your jersey. You already paid for it. So if that's how you want to demonstrate your anger, fine. But I do think there's a racial component sometimes with this. There's a bit of, some of it has to do with Kaepernick, and that was an example of when it really blew up. But it's been like this throughout the history of sports in America. It's like as soon as an athlete kind of speaks their mind, I'm against the war, or I'm a civil rights, I'm going to be an activist, I'm going to speak about discrimination. It's like, shut up and just play. So I think that's an element of it. But, in terms of the NFL, like one of the things that stuck out to me in the Michelle Beadle video was she was saying, I don't understand why the players don't stand up and say, I'm not going to take this. We don't want those kind of people in our league. And then again, it made me think about well, for one, as a collective, we don't do that to each other. We don't do that to employees. I don't know why we have this expectation that NFL players will do that. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I don't know why we add that pressure onto them to say we don't want to play with these folks. But it's also then they should be. I don't understand why we think the NFL would be good at doing an investigation, especially if people haven't been charged with something. Why do we think that we need to do something if they are just under accusation on top of that? I haven't come to a conclusion about all this stuff, but this is just what I'm thinking about. I don't know if employers are allowed to fire you if you've been accused of something.
Right.
Isn't that illegal? Don't we have to wait for the process to run its course?
Right.
Aren't they allowed to keep paying you every 2 weeks while you're still, I know there's morality clauses and things like that, but I don't think you just get to get fired or you can't be promoted because you've been accused of something. So, again, those are all the questions that are running through my mind, but I just overall, I hate the level of expectation we put on young athletes. And I think it's a lot with the NFL. They get the most of it. And there's because it's like America's game, it feels like there are a lot of racial undertones about ownership and performance and ideas around what makes you eligible to act in the way. Like, we give you that right. You're in this country, we gave you this right. You get to make money from this. You should be proud, shut up and play. Yeah. We're all over that. You
get to play a game. You get to play a game.
Yeah. And both of you guys hit it on the head, and I'll touch on it again. I think there absolutely is a racial component to all of this. And not to say when somebody gets in trouble, like you mentioned, domestic abuse or, sexual assault or anything, nobody is condoning those things at all. You know what I mean? And even for something as strong as that, I'm not saying that this applies, but when somebody is, I don't know, out, they get caught in public intoxication or something like that, right? Like something simple like that. I feel like a lot of people look down on that athlete, for stuff like that. Like, how could you got to be smarter than that. You're in the public eye. Well, they're still 25 years old with the world at their hands and more money than they've ever seen in their life. And maybe they haven't adjusted to how their new life is. And even without adjusting to their new life, if they were in their regular life, or if me and you at 25 years old had a $25 million contract, like we may not make the same decisions that we think we would, right?
We don't even need to have the 25 million, just us at 25. Do you remember
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've never been that wild, but I'm much calmer now.
Right.
Like to judge people in that way. I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but I mean,
no, you're fine. You're 100% correct. Like at 25, when I had $25 in my bank account, I was acting wild at the club, right? Like, just imagine with money not being an option. And you gotta, I don't think there's, we're not saying like, oh, it's okay, do whatever you want. But I just feel like there's a lot of aspects of people looking down on these guys for some of the decisions they make that, it just, sometimes you got to put yourself in their shoes a little bit.
And I think some of it goes back to what Damian said. It is about the aspirations or the expectations we put on players. Mm-hmm. And then when they don't live up to our expectations, we're mad, we're sad. And I think it's okay to kind of go through that. And whenever I hear about a player and you see a video and they've committed domestic violence, or the way it turns my stomach, I get nauseous at it. I'm angry about it. And I know there's a criminal justice system that will handle that. And sometimes they don't do the best by it. I'm a Black woman. I know this. They don't always handle it well. But I also don't know that we're doing the best by each other when we put these expectations, thinking that they're going to be extra human people. Mm-hmm. Again, it's not just about being the best player in the world. You also have to start your foundation. You also have to, there's a lot of stuff, a lot of things we layer onto them because they make a lot of money. And then when they let us down, it's heartbreaking, and we come after them and come after even just their teammates for like, aren't you mad? You should say something to them. Like, well, I'm just in the locker room. Now I'm responsible for this man when I'm not around him. Oh,
right. And
layer and layer.
And to that point, we talked about it earlier as well. Not trying to, bash somebody who was just doing their job, but I thought it was completely unfair and out of bounds to, in that piece about Richaun Holmes, paint the Kings as if they were hiding it purposely and trying to protect Richaun, like endorsing it. And then also, some of the fans that when they heard he was going to be out for the season, just, say, hey, I hope everything is all right. It felt like it was painted as if the fans, were feeling that way. And I thought a lot of the way that was presented yesterday was unfair, and it didn't have to go down that way.
Yeah, I agree with you. I thought that article was kind of a mess. We started the conversation was about Richaun and what was going on, and all of a sudden these statistics about other NBA. So it's kind of like lumping him into that category of people who've been convicted of things. And, Richaun hasn't been charged with anything. It's, from my knowledge, I don't think he has at this point.
Yes, not.
For, with the family, we want everyone to feel safe, to be safe, and to be heard in a court of law, and for a correct ruling. There's a young child involved. So of course, we're all on board for that. But I don't think the Kings were wrong for not saying anything. I didn't
think that was their place when it hadn't been out. That wasn't their place to, in my opinion, to come out here and be like, Richaun is going to be out for the rest of the season because he's dealing with legal matters. It's not their place. It's not.
Especially when the legal matters aren't public. Like, there's so much to that. I do love the idea of we've got to make smarter decisions. Like, I've been in a conversation. These guys, they've just got to be smarter. Like, Brody, don't you have a DUI? Like, you really telling these dudes to be smarter? Like, well, tell me about the decisions you've made in life, bro. But let's keep it moving here. Just hang on real quick. I'm gonna grab the box.
Yeah, we gotta make sure it goes back in there.
Put our man Richaun back in the box until the situation gets a little clarity added to it. So we'll continue. We could. I don't know if you got some more thoughts on the Kings, but give and go with May back go is always one of my favorite times of the week. So what you want to dive into here is as we get moving.
I enjoyed the game last night. And again, I'm saying the name of my show.
Yes, you do. I love it. It gets worked into every show, and then you go, I'm not doing that on purpose.
There
is a show called The Game Last Night. It's fantastic.
If they play on Wednesday, I'm like, yes, I get to say the game last night. That was a great game. I stayed off Twitter mostly because I didn't want to get too emotionally involved.
Smart move. Yep.
Even though I know, like you said, these games are kind of pointless at this point, but not totally pointless, right? They're all getting time learning each other's game and getting some minutes in and trying to get a contract from somebody. If it's not the Kings, they still got to play and show up so they can play next year. But what I loved last night was something that we already talked about with Davion Mitchell. I like that he seems unafraid to take some of those big shots. I already called that one in the fourth quarter. It was like 20 seconds on the clock, and he had that fade away, and that we were down one when he made it. And I think he would have shied away from something like that earlier in the season, especially if De'Aaron was on the court. If De'Aaron was on the court, we would have expected him to take it. But Davion, I feel like he has stepped into that role. And
can we touch on that specific shot for a second? Because that was sort of a ballsy shot. Like in that situation,
I didn't like the shot.
No, exactly. That's exactly. It wasn't a three. He wasn't at the basket. He was almost in no man's land, and he took it and hit it, and ultimately it helped. Along with Shavano, helped the Kings win. I meant to make note of that, and I don't know that we've discussed that today. So you hated the shot, Casey?
Yeah, I didn't like it. I didn't. When he took the shot, I was like, "Whoa, why? No, why?" I wanted him to get to the bucket, work it to get a different shot. So I didn't like this shot at the time, but he knocked it down. It's one of those you got to make if you're going to take it.
The second half, that's when the refs stopped calling fouls at the basket. Beginning of the game, it was like, oh wow, they're getting to the line. That's great. But all of a sudden, Harrison started getting hacked in the face, and they weren't getting some calls. So I'm like,
they got reminded, hey guys, it's the Kings. You don't have to blow the whistle against them. It's cool.
Choke on that. So I wasn't that excited that he took that shot, but I understood why he didn't go to the basket because I don't think he would have gotten the call if he got fouled anyway. Luckily, it went down. But overall, my give for him is that keep giving him those minutes, what you think he's going to get, but keep growing in your confidence and thinking that you can be that guy in that moment. That's only a good thing, to have more people on the court who feel like they can make the shot and not be scared of it. Because that's when they start passing, like, I don't know. And then when the shot clock runs out. So give me more of that, Davion.
Yeah.
But
even if Kenny hates the shot, keep doing it.
I love the confidence. Hate the shot, but I love the confidence. I'll say that.
Yep.
But what could go is what showed up last night. The third quarter scaries. They came back. What did we go to halftime with a 10-point lead, something like that? And they came back and they were asleep. They didn't get that Capri Sun or orange slices or whatever they need to be able to come back to the second half of the game and show up. So I don't know. I think that's just a thing we're going to have to live with. It doesn't seem like when they don't do it, it's like, oh, a surprise. And I think I just have to expect the third quarter to be scary. And that emotionally I can prepare myself.
The sooner we accept it, the better off we'll all probably be.
Yeah.
Just know it's going to happen. And once you mentally prepare yourself for that, we'll all be in a better place.
Where I just skip the third quarter. That would probably be.
So I've suggested skipping halftime. Like, because something happens in that 15-minute window.
Make them stay out there and just shoot around. Don't even take time off.
Just keep going.
Each other.
That would be
keep going.
Somebody has to tell us. I need somebody shoot what is going on from the walk off the court to the walk back on the court.
Play a pickup game at half. Just like you split the court. Just play around. Red Panda or whoever else is out there. Just play around them. Get a game.
Julio.
Play around hearing Fantastic Voyage for the 27th time. That's fine. Or Rapper's Delight, whichever one is on the rotation for that particular night.
If the opposing team went into the locker room and the Kings just played a pickup game, that would be the commentators would be like, I think the Kings are still out there.
The Kings have taken a new approach to their third quarter woes. They got a mini Hoop It Up tournament going on here at the half. So
Hoop It Up.
That was a classic.
Did you ever play in Hoop It Up?
No, I was too scared. My dad and my brother did, and I would go, but I was always too nervous to play with like.
You go to what, the one in San Jose?
Yeah.
I heard that one was popping.
It was. Cherry Street. Cherry Street was the playground where everybody played.
Did you ever notice that your brother-in-law keeps his his 1996 Hoop It Up trophy on full display, the little plaque on full display for everybody who comes to his parents' house?
I was going to say, where is it? Because I don't know if my sister has that out. Oh, it's at his parents' house.
Yeah, I don't think Shonda would allow that on the mantle at the house. But if you go over to the parents' house and look above the fireplace, you will see the 1996 Hoop It Up trophy right there. Or I call it it's a plaque. It's a Hoop It Up plaque for their first place finish.
Come on, man. Come on. I'm not mad at that at all. Got to keep those. I still got mine. I got 2. Well, actually, I finally just got rid of them, but I took pictures of them.
I don't actually believe you got rid of them. I believe Jazz got rid of them, and she told you I got rid of them, and you're framing it.
I got rid of them, because
the pictures you have is of Jazz taking it to the trash. Like, say goodbye to these damn plaques.
What happened was there's a lot of plaques and trophies and all this other stuff, and
the trophy room at the Caraway House is still being built, by the way. So.
Yeah, I'm not keeping all those, man. I don't need the Miraloma tournament MVP plaque that I got for JV year. Like, now let's move on. And I have 3 Hoop It Up championships that I decided to move on from. But I took pictures of all my little stuff though. They're going to turn into NFTs.
I have a lot of all league tennis stuff and basketball team plaques. I don't have any individual basketball accolades, but I had some in tennis. I did hang on to those for quite a while, but once my parents moved out of our childhood home, it was like, pick 2 things.
Oh man.
So
that's fine. I don't have any individual accolades at all. Any other give and goes from the Kings game you want to touch on, or we want to hit something else?
Well, my gives were, I like what Trey Lyles and Damian Jones are doing. They're going in confidence. I like how they're both attacking the basket. I like that Damian is hanging around the rim so he could be available for those tip-ins. I like the energy that he brings. And my go for that was just going to be the fact that Harrison Barnes was not getting calls. It hurt. And the fact that he's so nice about it is why I think it will continue. If he were angry and started cussing people out, they'd be like, oh, they would stop. But I think he's just like, why? But and then he just goes down the court. That was a bad imitation, I'm sure. Sound quite
Shout out to the camera crew that caught Harrison Barnes looking at an official with such tremendous disappointment last night. He wasn't yelling at him. He wasn't angry. It's just like the ball came. They were going to a timeout, and Harrison just looked at him like, so you missed that one, huh?
That's the look Mike.
Harrison does that a lot. I kind of like it too. Like, I mean, what you want me to do here? You want me to blow up? You really made that call? How do you want me to approach this right now?
Yeah, I want him to get the calls, but I don't think he's going to because, like I said, he's too nice. He looks at the refs like my dad would look at me as a child when I would make a mistake. Olivia, my dad is not a yeller.
That's exactly what he did. Yes.
I'm disappointed. You could have done. Like, yes, you're right.
And that's what I feel like the official did to Harrison. You're right.
Yes, I missed it.
I'm sorry, Harrison. By the way, a peek behind the curtain. Kenny is, in fact, sending us pictures of his Hoop It Up trophies. Just those are
it's real, man. It's real.
Those are in the group thread right now.
Real
the Hoop It Up trophy. He did, in fact, win the World Tour Hoop It Up 1992 division champion.
Well, my last give and goes are for the NCAA tournaments. I'm very excited.
Oh, let's go.
Yes. I'm enjoying these. What can give? I want to see, obviously, the games come back, but what can go for me is Duke. And
wow,
that's what he does, Coach K, in his final time. Wow.
I can't.
Cold world.
The conversation around Coach K. He picked a haircut from when he was 6, and he stuck with it, and we just keep seeing it over and over again. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the Duke conversation. It has got to go down. That is my go.
So that's so funny because those are the only two ends of the Duke conversation. There's no like, oh yeah, no, whatever. It's like, nah, this Duke thing, this is a good story. Let's see how it plays out. Or it's what Olivia just said. There is no in the middle with Duke. And I guess that's a credit to Coach K. And I think this is something, Casey, you were talking about when you got emotional and sentimental during Coach K's final game at UNC, against UNC, which didn't go well. But he built a program which you either love or you hate. No in between. It's like I don't think there's an in between with the New York Yankees. You love them or you hate them. Like, he created a college basketball equivalent of that. Of course, Olivia loves them. Many other people hate them.
Do people hate the Yankees that much? I know people really hate them.
Yeah. They're
and the Patriots. I would put them in that category. You hate the Patriots passionately.
So do you still?
I don't know.
Was that a Patriot Brady package that caused that?
I think so.
Because I would put the Cowboys.
I don't think it's the same.
I think you're right.
I'd
put the Cowboys above the Patriots. Like, in terms of hated NFL teams, like it's one or the other. I would put the Cowboys above the Patriots.
Yeah.
I can see that. Yeah. I think
Cowboys, Yankees, Duke, and
Lakers.
I guess the Lakers.
Yeah, Lakers are in there.
Really?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, you either hate the Lakers or you
Lakers.
love them.
Wait a minute. Wait just a damn minute.
You hate them or you okay? You either hate them or you okay Lake Show them, one or the other.
Well, I
once said, "Oh, son of a gun."
I brought up Bomani Jones last week. I haven't watched his latest episode, but the premiere episode also included a conversation about Duke, and the way he handled it was great. They set up like this fake museum in New York with all these historic pieces of memorabilia. That's the right word. Of like Duke stuff from the memories, but they kind of told the conversation around, or they kind of broke down why people are so polarized by Coach K and Duke, and like there's some racial undertones there, as is life. But it's a great segment. I encourage you to go there. And I was like, yes, this is why I hate Duke exactly. And I want them out of the tournament, just out of the tournament.
You know what's funny about that, real quick, Dame, is I think I remember watching Leitner's 30 for 30 or whatever the case may be. And people hated Duke for a perception that wasn't necessarily real, right? Because Leitner was like, they thought I was like this privileged guy. Like, I stayed in like a apartment and I wasn't poor, but by no means was I rich. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I got a basketball scholarship to go to Duke, but everybody looked as, oh, this preppy who's super privileged or whatever. And that was the perception of going to Duke. And that's what kind of, I think, sparked a lot of the hate.
It was Leitner and Grant Hill, because Grant Hill actually was the well-off kid. And people,
exactly.
Leitner was like blue collar, but it was the perception. But also, Duke had this history of picking a lot of players that didn't look like players that were playing at 5.
No,
and Michigan knew that.
Right.
Yes. And they hated, they hated that they weren't recruited by them, or we didn't fit the mold. You want to be to us, and so.
And to another layer with that, Coach K was kind of he would look down his nose at those type of players. Like, oh, I don't recruit one and dones here.
Until he had no choice.
Yeah.
And then he won a national championship doing it.
One and done king next to Coach Cal.
It just dawned on me. Would a perfect end to that 30 for 30 be Duke versus Michigan in Coach K's final year versus Juwan Howard? Like, I
want that.
Oh, that's it. You talk about you might have to put the national championship off a week just to hype that up. Like, that's
check. Would they be? I think that would be a national championship game. The way the brackets are set up, I think it would be. Yeah.
Picture that.
I want that.
Coach K versus Juwan Howard, one of the original members of the Fab Five who slandered his program. Oh man, that is good stuff right there. Could you even have Grant Hill on the call of that game? They just be like, "Sorry, Grant, you can't do this one, pal. You're gonna have to sit in the.
You have to sit this one out, buddy.
We're gonna go get Kirk Herbstreit like everybody else did."
He and Bobby Hurley could just sit
Kirk Street doing the national championship.
Kirk Herbstreit, he does it all here on television. Is there anything that you're looking forward to in the women's tournament?
Yes, I want South Carolina and Stanford to go all the way. So I'm excited about my two teams. I want that matchup. I love Don Staley, but I also love Stanford. They were a team that I loved growing up and playing ball out in the Bay Area. So I'd like to see that head to head.
It's crazy. It's crazy, Damian. I feel a little. I almost feel like rooting like I do when I root for Coach K or something like that. I shouldn't feel this way, but Damian knows. Maybe my favorite player in college basketball right now is my girl Paige Beckers, and I just want to see more. I want to see more. I know it sounds.
Go ahead.
And all this. I know.
Go ahead, say it. Say you're gonna root for UConn and look Olivia in the face and say you hate black women. Go ahead, do it.
No,
do it right now.
I can't say that.
Do it right now.
I love Don. I love Don. I wouldn't root for UConn to beat.
Go ahead, root for the Yankees of women's college basketball. Root for Gino Auriemma. Go ahead, do it.
Root for UConn to beat Stanford. That's a good question.
I don't know. Paige Beckers is.
Paige is sick.
Yeah, Paige is legit.
And AZ starting to come around too. AZ out here, it's getting crazy.
Dude, just wait till next year, man. She's I've noticed too, man. Dawn has been really visible lately. Like I feel like Dawn is everywhere.
She has a show on ESPN Plus, doesn't she?
Yeah, she has all of these new like entities that weren't around as she was like building this program, and I think she got to that national title point, and now she's like everywhere, which is it's good for her. It's good for the game. Obviously, it's great for her program, but like she's really starting to establish herself as the face of women's basketball.
I love my girls in South Carolina. Columbia, stand up. Those are my people out or whatever the case may be. So nobody is going above Columbia, maybe Michigan. But aside from Michigan, and their women's team in the Sweet 16, show them some love. You know what I mean? Aside from that, nobody's going above South Carolina. I'm just saying, I want to see Paige play as much as possible.
UConn women's team is Duke for me. Men's team. I hate them.
That's facts.
I can understand that one.
I could do without.
So. And Gino is really grouchy when he gets a couple of glasses deep. Like he'll bring up Gino. Diana Taurasi is a national treasure. I'll just say that. Diana, she's the only person who I've ever seen. Look, Gino, shut the F up. like literally no one cares. Like shut up.
He said, okay, Diana.
That's pretty much what happened. Olivia, you are the absolute best. We appreciate you as always. We appreciate everyone who is with us for being with us. We got coverage of the NCAA tournament coming up. We've got Arkansas versus Gonzaga. We've got Texas versus Duke. We got whip around coverage of all the other games jumping off. And of course, we will be back here tomorrow with a loaded guest list as always. So make sure that you are locked in here with us. D'Lo and KC. Brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Blue.
We're out.
I keep taking my glasses off because I went back once and looked at the chat and people were they didn't like the reflection. I'm like, I have to keep them on so I can see, but I don't want to make the lighting all weird. In case
no, there's nothing wrong with the lighting.
Right.
I think there was just one day where like the light behind you was like moving all over the place.
I was trying to adjust to the reflector in my glasses.
Nah, that's nothing. That's nothing.
Oh, Kenny, I turned on today's show a little earlier, and I heard you talking about the Martin video, the
drama.
I saw that in your Twitter feed a couple days ago.
I think it was like Sunday or something like that.
You were like, "Wow, that went dark," and I was like, "Oh, I have to watch this."
Yeah, I mean, it was going good. Like if they came out with that as a real movie, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not gonna say that.
But I think what it is, it was kind of like the Bel Air thing. The guy that to try to get it made in Hollywood. It's like, let me make this really great.
It's the same person who did it for money.
Person, but I think that's the same. It was that attempt, and that's the new thing is to make a trailer. I'm like, that's
we've wondered if that's going to be like a new thing where people. If that's
the Sanford and Son drama.
Elizabeth.
Everything about the Martin thing looked interesting, and then she goes, "What about Cole?" And she just got crazy.
That was a trip. The good times.
Drama. Man. Oh boy, James. I can't imagine what James' murder would look like. Like what would James' death look like?
No, he wasn't murdered, right? Didn't he just die somehow, like a car accident or something?
Yeah, no, he wasn't murdered, but like it's a drama. You gotta build it up.
JJ would have some kind of side family drug thing and is on opioids or something. Hey, like, nah, why are you always weird and happy? Your emotions are too up and down. You're on something. Paloma Burton.
What would be another good one that I'd want to see? Well, Damian said there was a Family Matters. He thought he said there was a Family Matters.
Yeah,
drama.
I saw a panel where the mom said she wouldn't do another Family Matters unless they brought the daughter that they kicked off the show back.
Oh, well.
That second daughter.
What was her name? It was
who passed away from that show? Was it Urkel's girl?
Yeah, she did. Mm-hmm. Yeah. What was her name on the show again?
I can't remember.
But yeah, she had something in her stomach. It was like sudden.
Yeah.
I think the second daughter's name was like Cheryl.
Oh, okay. So there is a trailer out there, but it's a joke. It's from Saturday Night Live.
Fall for Family Matters.
For Family Matters.
Oh, yeah.
Myra, that's what her name was. And Spectre, come on, you're killing it today. Judy was the daughter's name.
Judy, yes.
Myra was the girlfriend's name.
Myra got Spectre got the Family Matters game on lock.
He said, "Don't play with me. Don't play with me." Spectre, did you know that? And I said this before on there before that. The little Ricky, the kid, he has been on Young and the Restless for like the last 10 years. It's phenomenal knowledge.
Wait, little Ricky from Fresh Prince?
Family Matters. No, that was Nikki. What was his name? Ricky on? Maybe it wasn't Ricky. Anyway, the little kid from
Richie.
Good knowledge.
Girl.
There you go. Good knowledge. Richie has been on Young and the Restless for at least a decade now.
Oh,
wow.
Are you guys still watching Winning Time?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So all of those shots of where Dixon had his movie premiere, that's all like in my neighborhood.
Oh, that's.
I'm like, I know that.
Are you caught up? Have you watched all 3 episodes?
Yes, I'm caught up.
I didn't like the third one. The third one felt mean-spirited.
I thought they started to fall back on Jerry. I thought they started to fall back.
Okay.
And I actually like the aspect of Jerry was kind of pissed off and appalled that the guy was coming in for an interview, but he had a certain level of humility. Like after he watched his stuff, he's like, "Yo, this is pretty good. Like this is some great stuff." And he showed that even in his tortured way, like he could see basketball when it was the right way. I saw that, and I remember what you said, and I thought they fell back on Jerry a little bit. That was probably his best episode.
Okay, maybe I was being sensitive. I thought some of the things that they did early in the episode were, and then there was that weird scene with his wife.
That was very weird. I don't know what's going on.
It was like
they do throw some stuff, and you're like, did we need that? We're invested. Like, I don't know if we need that part.
Yeah.
Remember, there's an opportunity to throw some.
Did you look up the end when it was over? I
didn't look it up because you had already told
me. Olivia, did you look up the end?
I don't remember now. What was the end?
The Tarkanian's homie in the.
I did. I I'm watching so many. I'm watching all of these shows like The Dropout and Super Pumped and We Crash, like all of the Silicon Valley Cinderella stuff, and I'm loving it. And then I have like Winning Time, which is totally different. So I'm like, I don't remember. Oh yes, Murder in the Trunk, and then those shows are all good. I don't know if you're watching that stuff.
No, I just started Billions. And I'm watching Bel Air and Snowfall. Snowfall, I'm literally watching Snowfall and Bel Air week to week. It's maddening.
It's gonna slow down for me. I'm gonna get a chance to watch these shows now. College basketball's going away. NBA's getting into the playoffs. I'll have, an hour or two each night to watch a little something.
You're gonna watch highlights of some particular player on YouTube for like 2.5 hours.
1984.
Yeah. Sharp.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do my month-long dive into Shaden Sharp, all his AAU games.
Billions is dope. I have not started the new season with that guy. I love that.
Oh,
guy.
I'm on season 1.
Oh.
But it's awesome. Yeah. I had tried to start it before and didn't, kind of like stopped and couldn't remember. And so I started it over, and man, it's legit. It's a really good show.
Yeah.
Hey, we were talking Family Matters and some of the cast. There was a random night I went out with the Queen Bee, and we were still dating. Yeah. This had to be about 15 years ago now. We went out, went to the club. We left the club, went to Tunel, by the way. Went to Tunel, left the club, went to get something to eat over at Lions, which is now, it's not Lions. I think it's IHOP now. We went to Lions downtown off of Alhambra, that is. It doesn't make any difference. Anyway, we're in there, and we're eating. Who walks through the door? Eddie Winslow. Comes down there to sit down and eat at Lions on a random Saturday night in Sacramento. Eddie Winslow.
Remember when Eddie Winslow was going to have a singing career? Like
he sang with Tracy Spencer.
Oh, I posted that on my Twitter about 2 weeks ago, and they were like, Lord, Eddie couldn't sing a lick.
Yeah.
Listen to it. It was terrible. Oh, no, you guys, I can't believe I've waited almost a week to announce this. We talked last week about random people coming to Kings games. You guys will never guess who was at the game on Friday. I was, that was around doing my thing.
Mm-hmm. And what was that?
I was just watching the game.
Okay.
I was just watching the game.
What category of celebrity are they?
Right.
What do they do? Actor, athlete?
Well, I think you could say rapper now. Former basketball player. Second row, right behind Vivek. Boobie Gibson was in the house.
Boobie's a rapper?
Yeah. Boobie was in the house. And
what was Boobie's name? Daniel?
Daniel.
Yep. Daniel Gibson.
And I went there and I saw him for a little while, and I was like, this guy looks like Boobie Gibson. But I mean, it's not Boobie Gibson, but he looks like him. He had a Mitch Richmond throwback jersey on with no shirt underneath.
Oh,
I was like, yeah, that guy looks familiar though. Some guy I probably knew from high school. And it just kind of stuck with me throughout the night. So I found his Instagram page. No, that was Boobie Gibson hanging out. Second row in Sacramento. I think he was hanging out with Vivek's daughter. Like, not as an item, but there was
collab. Let's go.
Yeah.
Sing on my hook.
Boobie was in the house at the Golden One Center.
when you said with the throwback jersey with no shirt on underneath, it just, there's no woman in the world who wants to see that.
What? Stop hating. It's that time of year, Olivia.
Unless you're, but most of the men who do that, it's not a good look.
Oh, well.
All the shoulder. You're not interested in all of the shoulder hair?
No, that's not okay.
That's right.
Not okay.
The whole one you can see, like
the tricep coat that they got up here. Y'all don't want that.
Hey, all summer 2022, man. That's your tank tops, your jersey. Let's go.
Kenny got thighs and shoulders all summer long, baby. Let's go. Thighs and shoulders. You have
the body for it. Fine.
How do you feel about the short shorts coming back, Olivia, as a woman? The men's short shorts, I should
Yeah,
say.
I know. I'm on the fence about it. I think men showing off a lot of thigh. I'm just like, women are like the thighs. Like, why do we? I don't. But if it helps you like squat, to get down and get a beer out of the, fine. Otherwise, you can put your thighs away. It's not a thing for us.
This is one of my favorite post shows of all time. More perspective from the
this is true.
Ladies. Yeah.
And they're usually playing
bulk
basketball,
up.
getting paid to wear that jersey. Those are the guys who can do it. And some of them have shirts on underneath.
All summer 2022.
Well, do you? I know it's hot up there. Do what you got to do.
It's hot. That's legit. It's hot. All right, we're gonna end the stream. Go watch basketball. Hang out tomorrow. We know we got James Ham. Don't know what time. Trista. I think Kyle's with us tomorrow. Find out. I don't know. Either way, we'll have some fun tomorrow at noon.